Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Friday morning. I am happy to be announcing the non-CME sponsored podium for this morning, Dr. Thomas Slavin. He is going to be talking about polygenic risk scores. Many of you may know Dr. Slavin as his time at the City of Hope as an assistant professor there working with Dr. Weitzel and team. He graduated medical school from the University of South Florida and completed his residency at Case Western in Cleveland, Ohio. He is now the Senior Vice President of Medical Affairs for Oncology at Myriad Genetics. And we are excited to hear what he has to say in this Myriad sponsored podium. So welcome, Dr. Slavin.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy. And yeah, very pleased to be here today speaking to everybody. Thank you so much. And I was able to tune into most of the conference, actually. It's been a fantastic conference. This is the first time I've been able to, be part of it. So congrats to everybody. And thank you for having me. I wanted to kick this off by showing a video of the president of Myriad and her how she went through her risk assessment. It's a very powerful video, and she had done it for something else, and I said we got to use this for the great conference because I just think it's so moving and really highlights everything about what we're trying to do and why we're innovating to have literally just the best breast cancer risk assessment you can possibly have in the world. So I'm gonna. Oh, my phone keeps turning off. Without further ado, I'll put that video on. It's here you go.
It's 2 days before Christmas in 2018, and I was sitting at lunch with my Aunt Joan. We had just come from a bone scan to see if her breast cancer had metastasized. She had had a completely normal mammogram just 6 months before this. We were talking about whether she wanted to die before or after her son Aaron graduated from high school. And this little voice deep inside me said, I never want to have this conversation. She was 39 when Aaron was born, the same age that I was when I had my son Simon. She died in the summer, the day after his high school graduation. Now, I've spent 25 years working for a better future for families affected with breast cancer. I've been a scientist, a genetic counselor, an educator, and an almost 20-year employee of the company that discovered the breast cancer genes. I've been a daughter and a niece of women who fought it. Yet, I had never been a patient. I had never really looked my own breast cancer risk in the eyes. And after my Aunt Joan died, I decided it was time for me to get tested. I knew that I was unlikely to carry a mutation, but I wanted to know my risk score. For those of you that don't know, risk score is a separate test from MyRisk. It analyzes over 80 genetic markers, combines them with the Tyrer-Cuzick model, and estimates a woman's lifetime risk of developing breast cancer. When my mother was first diagnosed with breast cancer the first time, she asked me if she should get tested, and I said, don't be so dramatic. You're the only one in the family that has breast cancer, you're 62 years old, and there's no reason to test you, you don't meet guidelines. But when she was diagnosed the second time, and when my aunt was diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, I realized I had let them down, and it changed the urgency with which I pursued guideline changes. Why are we waiting for someone else in the family to be diagnosed before we test women? All women with breast cancer should be eligible for testing, period. This experience has also made me think differently about how accessible we make genetic testing for all women. I had the easiest possible path. I knew the test that I needed. My physician was a speaker for Myriad. I knew it would be paid for, and I could check on my test at any point in time. And yet, it wasn't easy. It took time to get an appointment with my physician. He didn't have a test kit in his office. I had to talk my way into a blood draw, and I had to drive my own blood back to Myriad. When my test results were ready, first my doctor's office lost them, And then they called to tell me that it was all good, which I doubted because of my family history. And when I finally got a copy of my own test result, it was not all good. I had the same lifetime risk to develop breast cancer as a PALB2 mutation carrier. How many other women have been told that it's all good with this kind of test result? Risk score is an incredibly powerful tool if physicians understand how to use it. I'm so grateful to Myriad's team of scientists that discovered risk score, validated it, and ultimately made it available to patients. Without it, I too would be waiting for the day that I might get a diagnosis, not being able to control the timing, how advanced the disease was, or what I would have to go through to fight it. Would I still be able to work? Would I be able to afford it? Would I be there for Simon's graduation? Or would I be having that same conversation that I had had with my aunt? Because Simon is ultimately the reason why I'm making this choice. When I think about all the things that will happen after his high school graduation, I don't want to miss any of them. I want the chance to go to college football games with him, mostly for the tailgating, to help him prep for his first real job interview, and to plan his wedding in Cape Cod. When you have kids, you take a chance. You have no idea what they'll become. There are days when I dream about him skating out on the ice for his first NHL game, and there are days that I see him serving hot dogs at Fenway Park. And either way, I'll love him, cherish him, and be there for him. I'm also very grateful for my Myriad family. Because of the connections that I've made, I've known my surgeon for 20 years, I've known my nurse for 20 years, and I got to ask the world's experts about my decision. I've been truly blessed in so many ways. This experience has motivated me even more to work through the challenges, to get our customers results as quickly, accurately, and seamlessly as possible, without missing a meeting or a dinner date or a little boy's hockey game. We must continue to find ways to make this easier and more accessible for working women, for women of all ethnicities, women without insurance, women with other responsibilities and full calendars, and little time left over to take care of themselves. I ask you to press forward because patients are counting on you. My wish is that all women have access to risk score, and that we never leave a patient behind.
Yeah, a very moving video for sure. I watched it a few times getting it set up for this conference, and every single time it, really just, hits me because, we didn't even know she was, Nicole was going through with all of that, and it was really amazing to see her journey. So I want to give now the audience a background on, okay, so what is risk score? What are we talking about? And, how did it come to be, and where are we going with it? So I'm going to do that by going through, kind of the background of Quest to providing personal risk assessment for women, particularly without Mendelian pathogenic mutations. I'm going to talk about how we internally constructed a risk model. It'll have some background for general polygenic risk score models. Risk score in general, I'll go through some of the what we just launched September 11th, which is carrier modification, and we started with check 2. And we'll have time at the end for questions. So please put questions in the chat. Lucy is going to be moderating that. Thank you, Lucy, and we'll have some time at the end for questions. So providing a personalized risk for women. So, here's really how things have been going for the last 25 years. I mean, there was discovery of BRCA1 and 2, Myriad launched BRCA analysis in 1996. MyRisk came out, which was the first multi-gene panel in 2013, and then polygenic risk score combined with clinical and family history factors, launched in 2017, and then this year we just had carrier modification. And somewhere in there is back in my postdoc, which was one of the reasons I was so excited to come to Myriad. from a personal standpoint was because I did a postdoc in genetic epidemiology as part of my genetics residency. And at the time, I was working on GWAS, actually for cardiovascular disease and hypertension. We actually constructed one of the first models, and it's published. You can check, and it's on how to put two SNPs together to improve the ability for detection for these rare SNP haplotypes. So, I mean, I've really, in my even short career, been able to really follow the development of GWAS and now the exciting new frontier of polygenic risk score. And it is absolutely the future. I mean, hopefully by the end of this talk, everyone does realize that this is a big part of the future of hereditary genetics. And so here's where we're at in my mind. I mean, we have hereditary cancer. In my mind, I put a checkbox there. I put the slide together because we're pretty good in today's era looking at single Mendelian genes. Yeah, we still have studies going on, and we're going to find rare mutations and other associations in families. But if you talk about what is the average woman with a high risk for breast cancer have, I think we are pretty good. We have a pretty decent handle on the single gene causes. And then we have familial and sporadic. So, really what polygenic risk and family history and other clinical variables, they start really eating into this, understanding of what's going on in the background of people's genetics, what's going on, when it comes to the phenotype of an individual, BMI, etc. And so, what are we doing with women in today's era that are testing negative for single Mendelian genes? And I would argue, yeah, we need then something else. That something else has really been, models like Tyrer-Cuzick, which I'll show in a second, but we can do more in 2020 for sure. So really we want to know, are there other genetic factors that influence risk? How do we pull this in with cancer family history and other clinical variables? And so, a lot of people use Tyrer-Cuzick, BRCA-Pro, Wodacea. There's all the different models. I mean, I have Gale pictured here as well, trying to determine 5-year risk for chemoprevention. And these models are fantastic, and they work fairly well. Most of them, I mean, all have pluses and minuses. But can we do better? Can we innovate on these models? And there's been a lot of work in this space. And one way we can innovate on that is by looking at SNPs. And sometimes, we call them single nucleotide variants as well, whatever you want to call them. And really, it's looking, SNPs really help look for that kind of missing heredity beyond just single gene testing. As Dr. Goiter mentioned yesterday, thank you for the talk, Dr. Goiter, that and the shout out at the beginning of it, I was flattered, thank you. But as he had mentioned yesterday, SNPs are over 1% allele fraction in the population. So a SNP is shown here as the major allele and the minor allele. So somebody might have a G from their mom and a C from their dad. And that shows and that, well, let me back up. So if you have a SNP inherited from one parent, I mean, that shows the 96% there. So this actually means like 96% of the population. So it's really the major allele frequency. So in the population, and then the minor allele frequency there. So meaning that you could have 2 Gs there. So both of your parents could have given you a G. Both of your parents could have given you a C. Some people would have a G. Some people would have a C. But when you actually look at the whole population in general, you see about 96% of people have Gs for those alleles. And then if you look at the minor allele fraction in the population, about 4% would have a C. So, and again, you can have a CC, but 4%, most people would just have some people would have a C, and then the other, allele would have a G, but most people would have a G. And then, some SNPs are pathogenic, some are not. Some are just associated with disease. We don't really know why they're associated with disease. And pretty much all of these have been figured out through genome-wide association studies. And so when we're thinking about constructing these polygenic risk scores, it's really taking these genomic factors, putting them together, and then you have to pull in all these other things. You have to make sure that they're ancestry specific, that they're adequately validated, that the SNPs were accurately investigated. And when you combine them, you have to do so in a way that really makes sense. I mean, first of all, you have to figure out what SNPs you're going to use, and so our model was really constructed on tens of thousands of women, well-validated studies to date. Mostly retrospective studies from large cohorts, a lot of UK cohorts in particular. So it is why we had a predilection to looking at single nucleotide polymorphisms in Caucasian women. And then, putting that all together, so how did we go about doing this? Well, this is before my time, pre-TJ at Myria, but the team put together a training cohort and then two independent validation cohorts. This was actually just published, some of this work this summer by Hughes et al. And looked at 94 SNPs used in 3 published studies, and they were kind of the major studies in the SNP world you think about, like Mavedat 77 list, which was the basis for really all of our polygenic risk score data to date, is really kind of flowing off those studies. And then, again, because of the bias there, was women of European ancestry. In that cohort, in the original cohort, there was a personal diagnosis of breast cancer in about 18% of the women. And then we included women in this that were negative for these genes. So, because we don't want to bias the risk that we were looking at by, if you had a BRCA1 or 2 mutation, that clearly is, going to be a big chunk of your polygenic risk, or sorry, a big chunk of your risk, and we didn't want to misattribute that to polygenic risk score. And so this paper, as I mentioned, was just published. I think snippets of it I'll walk through, but if people haven't looked at it, it's a great paper. It kind of sets the tone for how the whole polygenic risk score was constructed, and the supplement shows all the polygenic risks, or shows all the SNPs, and you can, if you want to dive into the math, you can look there. It included about 150,000 people, and the cohorts that were used for 2 independent validations were 13,000 and 141,000. So it was a pretty massive paper. I mean, you're talking about one of the largest papers looking at polygenic risk scores in any sort of population. And just to give people a sense of how this was constructed, and this is all in the recent publication, essentially you start, unfortunately I don't have a pointer, but if you look at the SNPs ranked by informativeness, you essentially start with the first SNP, you look how it fits in your population model, and then you add another SNP, and then you look how that fits in the population, you add another SNP. And you keep doing this until you get a overall model that you're not really improving the fit by adding more SNPs. So at least this is how we went about doing it. So likelihood ratio, you can think of goodness of fit. So when you develop this model in the developmental set, and then you can look at it in that set, and then you apply it to the validation cohort, you start getting a sense that, well, adding more SNPs really isn't helping us here. And at that point, they stopped and they settled on these main 86 SNPs in that population. And then these are the goodness of fit graphs, and it's fantastic. I mean, when you look at that paper, it really does jump out. So, and the main one is the one B on the right side of your screen, which shows that's the 141,000 cohort. That's why the confidence intervals look much tighter. And the 13,000 cohort look a little wider. So when you look at it in very big cohorts, it functions extremely well, the observed versus the expected, and what you would be wanting to see for how people are developing breast cancer with those different polygenic risk scores. And so, that's not enough though. So polygenic risk scores by themselves, yes, they are not, they have benefits, they have some limitations. We need more. So, they have the ability to be strongly influenced by family history, and this had been well documented. So what's shown here, this is actually from Mavedat 2015 publication. You can see in figure C, you see that this is polygenic risk score for women without a family history. Women with a family history, same polygenic risk score, totally different 10-year absolute risk. So, I mean, clearly you have to add in other factors. And then when we looked at it, there's many, beyond family history of breast cancer. It's also important to pull in other clinical factors in our preliminary work. And that led to us kind of sitting on Tyrer-Cuzick as the base. So really what we're doing is taking Tyrer-Cuzick, modifying that with the polygenic risk score component. And it is very important to do both in combination. And with this, there's actually some tricky parts. And so Shelley Cummings sent me this picture. She's our director of medical affairs. And it is funny because you do need to take into account that, as I just showed you, the SNP scores are modulated by family history. And then Tyrer-Cuzick is going to spit out scores modulated by family history for remaining lifetime risk. So you actually need to take both of those into account, and you need to weight them. So to avoid double dipping, so to speak, we are weighting our polygenic risk to give nice, accurate numbers that are high quality. And so now what we have is, you can get myriad MyRisk, which will give you, the main set of Mendelian genes. Then we threw in the 86 SNPs, which is a clinically validated genetic markers. You pull in then the Tyrer-Cuzick component, which is why we asked for that information on the TRF with the clinical and family history factors. And then you end up with risk score. And it is really a major advancement in hereditary cancer risk assessment. And it's just totally included in MyRisk. There's no additional cost to it. And when you look at it, how it performs in our population, this kind of gives you a sense. So, we have a biased population. I mean, no secrets there. I mean, people send in, samples to us that are from people enriched with hereditary breast and ovarian cancer. And so when you look at, how it performs in our cohort, not surprisingly, there's about 20% of about a third of our population has a risk score over 20%. When you look at who has a risk score over 35%, so that's remaining lifetime risk, you have about 7% of the population. What's not shown here is we have a publication in progress right now where we went even deeper and we looked at who's really on that far right tail. So who's really being reported with a risk over 50% in our cohort. It's about 0.7% of individuals. So it's not a ton that are getting a extremely high risk score. And again, this is a cohort that is biased anyways to getting strong family histories of cancer. And then so that's all well and good, but how is this really changing risk for people? So this is, and this would be good to have a point or two, but essentially I'll walk everybody through this. We have Tyrer-Cuzick scores on the left side, and the top side is our risk score. And again, risk score is Tyrer-Cuzick plus the added polygenic risk score component. And so when you look at most people, they don't change at all. I mean, if you have, if you had a low under 20% remaining lifetime risk in Tyrer-Cuzick, and you looked at that person's risk score, it remains low. It's still under 20%. So that's 16,993. Likewise, if both of them were high. So if you had a high Tyrer-Cuzick and a high risk score, yes, 8,693 people didn't budge at all. I mean, they have a high risk. The risk may be slightly higher than one or the other, but we just did it around the 20% range, since that's kind of the actionable range where you would initiate high risk screening, arguably. And then the discordant values are the really interesting ones. So that's where Tyrer-Cuzick is low, but when you put in someone's risk score, it comes back high. So that's the box, the 2,616 folks in it. And if you look at the risk score, when Tyrer-Cuzick is high and risk score is low, that's the box with the 2,589. So those don't look a lot, but when you actually add those boxes up and then say, okay, that's 5,000 people out of 30,000 people, that's an actionable change for about 1 in 6 people. And the new work we have, it's more about 1 in 5-ish, So it's pretty significant in the sense that it's really adding a lot of discrimination at that point to, adjust somebody in or out of, around that 20% threshold with more, I would argue, confidence than you would have otherwise just from Tyrer-Cuzick alone. And here's, where we're at pretty much with all the validation. So the polygenic risk score itself is now validated. That was the initial publication I showed. We presented the data on the Tyrer-Cuzick development the work that we had to do just to get Tyrer-Cuzick to be able to incorporate both of the, the polygenic risk score together and to be modifiable. And then we've presented a lot on risk score, and we have a paper under review at the moment. So we owe you a paper on risk score, which is the combination of the Tyrer-Cuzick and the polygenic risk score. You should be getting that very shortly, but we have presented numerous abstracts on that to date. And looking at who's eligible. So right now, it's really the people that we trained and validated, really trained and developed this model. I mean, really the age between 18 and 84, white non-Hispanic ancestry. It does include Ashkenazi Jewish because we did not see a difference between Caucasian and Ashkenazi Jewish. And no personal history of breast cancer or benign breast disease. And woman doesn't have a mutation in a gene, but I will talk about CHEK2 in a second. And woman's relative doesn't have a high risk mutation in a single Mendelian gene like BRCA1. There is no other bigger priority going on right now at Myriad than trying to get what we're calling, which we will likely call global ancestry availability for risk score. So what that is any woman that comes in the door, no matter what the ancestry is, we will be able to calculate a very accurate risk score. We're currently running one of the largest genome-wide association studies ever done on African American women. We presented some data recently looking at, even just fitting Tyrer-Cuzick correctly to other ancestries. How do you correct? We had to think about adding different SNPs in for different ancestries. How do you break down mixed ancestry? I mean, there's a lot that's going into all this work, but it's coming together very nicely. And so at least right now, what we have is, available. We just thought the thinking was, we're going to be constantly innovating and just get this out when we can. I mean, if we can use it on Caucasian women now, do it. And if we can, that'll get us to the next step and then the next step and the next step. We're just going to be always innovating on, getting this in the hands of everybody. And so really right now, if somebody comes back with a Tyrer-Cuzick of 18.7%, and they have a genetic test result that comes back negative, you can give them more discriminatory power to say, well, actually, based on your polygenic risk factors and your Tyrer-Cuzick and how that modifies your Tyrer-Cuzick, really you're looking like you're at a higher risk for breast cancer than we would have thought otherwise. And that's now, I mean, probably most people have seen our report. You get kind of this orange. You say, it says, Myriad genetic test result negative because, their single gene result wasn't found, but then it has a breast risk score line, cancer risk score line there. And I'm blowing it up here. So, general population remaining lifetime risk, and then there's a risk for this patient as well. And then we also give a 5-year remaining lifetime risk, or 5-year risk for breast cancer at that point. And then there's some 20% threshold numbers put in there as well. And that's just all being highlighted here. So, and I think most people have probably seen our report at some point in time. And then because, we're incorporating the Tyrer-Cuzick variables, that is now part of the test requisition form. And we do encourage as many Tyrer-Cuzick variables as you want. We are now, say as a side, since September 11th, we're adding in fine print now, you can find on the reports your patient's polygenic risk score, which is a weighted polygenic risk score because of the family history weighting, but it is actually now physically on the reports. We are trying to move towards getting a calculator so people can, plug in if Tyrer-Cuzick changes or whatever over time, that you'll be able to adjust those. Other people now can develop software as well that could incorporate and modify our risk score, but we want to do it really in a well-validated way. So we're hoping to get a calculator out as soon as possible as well. And you still get the Myriad medical management tool that would come out, show, based on risk score, where this person falls, what to do. If the patient's over 20% on both risk score and Tyrer-Cuzick, there's just the guidance for Tyrer-Cuzick provided. And so where's this all going? Well, free your mind for a second, because the future of this is unstoppable in the sense that, really polygenic risk modification of everything is really going to be a huge future. And really even now, since we launched in September 11th, really the present and definitely the future going forward of hereditary cancer genetics. And thinking about it, well, here's a woman, 18% Tyrer-Cuzick. This time she tests positive for a CHEK2 polygenic variant. We know that CHEK2 mutation carriers kind of have a lifetime risk between 20 and 30%. We don't even really have anything that is great for age adjusting that risk. There's some things like Ask2Me, but we can do better. And so, where are we at? Well, we're taking this hereditary group and we're kind of just adding it into familial, and you could really shade this entire diagram if you wanted, this whole pie chart, and say we're really mixing all this together. We're mixing sporadic clinical variables, we're mixing in background polygenic risk, we're mixing in family history of breast cancer, we're mixing in CHEK2 mutations and all kinds of mutations going forward and other Mendelian genes. So it's really going to be a big blend of what is this person's personalized risk for breast cancer based on all of these factors. And we just had a landmark publication on this concept of modifying, particularly moderate risk genes. There's been some data on modifying BRCA1 and 2 by polygenic risk scores, but really nothing. A little bit on CHEK2, but not much on other genes. So it's nice to get something like this in the literature. And again, this was a 150,000 person study, just came out in JAMA Open Network. And this is a beautiful figure. It really kind of gets this right to the concept of what we're doing. So what this figure shows are mutation carriers and non-mutation carriers on the far left, so the non-carrier group. So really, just to frame it, the non-carrier group, that's people with, just modified by polygenic risk score. So if you had non-carriers, most people are like 15% lifetime risk. This is in our cohort, so it's a little bit biased towards increased risk. And then you see that, most people tap out on their risk score, number if they're a non-carrier around, 30% or so at most. But you see CHEK2 then comes in, and ATM follows that, and PALB2, and then BRCA1 and 2. And what this is showing are these moderate and high risk gene carriers and how their remaining lifetime risk is really being modified by polygenic risk scores across the distribution. And this is great data. And really what it quickly gets at are, well, BRCA1 and 2 carriers may not be the most modifiable in the sense that, even if they have a very favorable polygenic risk score, and again, this paper is just on polygenic risk score. We're working on another paper right now that will pull in the Tyrer-Cuzick and the polygenic risk score, so risk score as a total. But yeah, BRCA1 and 2 carriers, particularly BRCA1 carriers, not shown here, but we're kind of internally adjusting some of this data. And BRCA2 probably is going to separate out a little bit more. But BRCA1 carriers, for instance, may not really, at the end of the day, have a big appreciable change in their management. I mean, they still may be around 45% lifetime risk for breast cancer or above. BRCA2 may be a little bit more modifiable, but you see PALB2, ATM, and CHEK2, very modifiable risks. I mean, there's some people that have very high risk for breast cancer lifetime, and there's some that don't. PALB2, not so much compared to CHEK2 and ATM. And some of that, data then is shown in these next couple slides. This paper, again, 141,000 non-carriers, incredible numbers. I mean, these two publications are the largest publications on genome-wide association studies. I mean, at least some of the largest. I mean, these are incredible numbers. I mean, that's over 300,000 women between these two publications. And you're looking at, we included almost 2,000 carriers for all of, those genes. And then really, this is kind of probably the meatiest slide I'm going to show in the entire talk today. And it kind of gets at a lot of different concepts. But first, let me direct you to the non-carriers, 141,000 people. So if you go down and you look at table 2 and you go to the non-carriers, and this is all in the recent publication, you see the odds ratio there of 1.47. So what does that even mean? So these are odds ratios per unit standard deviation. So essentially, the higher this number is, the more modifiable whatever group is on the left is by their polygenic risk score. So 1.47 means that if, and that's why I have this crazy standard deviation Gaussian curve here, but essentially the mean, is kind of like your average risk non-carrier. So think of it that way. And then it just means that every, quintile that somebody goes up, so this is actually per unit standard deviation. So every unit standard deviation someone goes up, so that you essentially multiply it by 1.4. So one standard deviation, so if somebody's polygenic risk score is one standard deviation higher than the mean, you would multiply their risk by 1.47. If it's 2, it's 1.47 times 1.47, which is like under 2 odds ratio total. And then if it's 3, 1.47 times 1.47 times 1.47. So it gives you a sense of, the higher that number is, the more modifiable the polygenic risk score ultimately is going to be on that person's lifetime risk for cancer, breast cancer in particular. Now let me take you to BRCA1. So BRCA1, for every unit standard deviation, you're only getting a 1.2 increase. So 1.2, if you go to 2 standard deviations, 1.2 times 1.2, much lower than if you times 1.47 times 1.47. And so you start getting the sense that, BRCA1 and 2 carriers are probably not quite as modifiable as non-carriers, which is no surprise. I mean, that really just means that most of, at least a huge chunk of somebody's risk for breast cancer is because they have a BRCA1 mutation. Yes, it is modifiable to some extent from polygenic risk, but the big extent is from having a BRCA1 mutation. But in carriers that don't have a BRCA1 mutation or any of these other mutations, the polygenic risk actually does really modify their risk when you look at them in modeling. And these numbers have really held up recently. There's been a bunch of publications. I was on one, Barnes et al. Kuchenbacher had another publication recently. BRCA1 and 2 carriers seem to always fall in this kind of 1.2 range. Look how tight our confidence intervals are here. I mean, this is really good data, especially in the non-carriers, 1.45 to 1.49. That's about as tight as you're going to get something. And the p-values on the right side. It's a very exciting time. And so now what we're saying is, okay, well, here's, CHEK2 carrier risk between 20 and 31%. Well, where does this person fall? Boom, 28%, give or take. I mean, we decided to give 1 point estimate just because that's how the models are. I mean, you do a Tyrer-Cuzick model, you're going to get 28%. And we base our core basis of risk score is a Tyrer-Cuzick model. So we didn't want to deviate from that concept and give some sort of more vague kind of confidence interval type number for clinicians. So we just went with risk models currently used to give single point estimate. That's how we decided to go forward, and that was based on feedback from a lot of you guys, clinicians. And so when you look at how CHEK2 is performing now that we add in polygenic risk on top, and this was recently, this was from that publication, the Gallagher publication. Also, Mark Robson just presented some of this work at ASCO for those who saw it. But for CHEK2 carriers, about a quarter really are low risk. I mean, low remaining lifetime risk. So that's, kind of says what we probably already knew, which is, there's probably a lot of people walking around with moderate risk gene mutations that are arguably pretty close to normal breast cancer risk. However, a lot of people do fall in that 20 to 50% range where you would expect. And there's a significant number that really do have a very high risk for breast cancer walking around the population right now that would really get a lot of clarity by doing a test like that. And we're the first to do it. I mean, it's really exciting to me to be part of this whole process. And again, we owe you some publications. They're coming together. So on how to incorporate the Tyrer-Cuzick, we had to take Tyrer-Cuzick, make it modifiable for CHEK2. So how do you even take Tyrer-Cuzick and modify Tyrer-Cuzick by CHEK2 estimates? That's all done. And then how do you add in the polygenic risk score? That's all done. We're going to be following this by ATM, PALB2. So it's really an exciting time. And so that's what I'm showing here. I mean, we've, the polygenic risk score, again, was already, set up by Gallagher. We had the Mark Robson presentation, which was recently at ASCO. And then, we just launched CHEK2 modified risk score September 11th, which is really exciting. And all that work was all set up by Dr. Robson. And now that I remember, Dr. Robson, we did use the polygenic risk score plus the Tyrer-Cuzick in Dr. Robson's talk, which set the stage then for the publication we're currently putting together. And so here's where we're at right now. We have general population risk on the report, which is 8.2% for this individual. Average CHEK2 carrier risk, 23%. And that's actually through internal work where, we were able to modify that, to give that CHEK2 risk based on remaining lifetime risk. That's its own model. And then this person's CHEK2 modified by, their risk score, which is, again, Tyrer-Cuzick plus the polygenic risk score for this individual, 36%. And then a 5-year remaining, or or 5-year breast cancer risks we give you, as well as the remaining lifetime risk for breast cancer. So really an incredible innovation in this space. I mean, it's just incredibly futuristic, and it's here. And how are we using this? Well, I made this pedigree. Don't make fun of me on PowerPoint. But I was like, we need something in this talk that really kind of gets at how, to think through this, in a clinical sense. And so, breast cancer, woman, CHEK2 positive is shown here. Now, risk score right now, not for affected individuals because they already got breast cancer. So that person wouldn't get a risk score. Has a daughter, has 3 daughters, but 1 daughter, CHEK2 positive, and now with a modification of risk score, 26% remaining lifetime risk. She has a son. He would not get risk score because he's not a woman, and this is for breast cancer risk in women. But he might have a colorectal cancer risk that needs to be managed at that point. And then another woman, CHEK2 positive modified by risk score, 52%. So you can see those 2 sisters are very different. I mean, one is double the remaining lifetime risk than the other. And then another sister tests negative for CHEK2, but then she would now get a risk score that you could see put her actually in line with her other sister who still has a CHEK2 mutation. So it's just a totally different way to think about hereditary cancer genetics in today's era. And it's, like I said, it's very exciting. And so, yeah, well, whatever, Dr. Slavin. I mean, these things are rare. But, first of all, when you order the test, you don't know if somebody's going to come back positive or negative. CHEK2 is 1% of all unselected breast cancer patients. And then if you look, through Myriad internal data, CHEK2 mutations are 10% of Myriad MyRisk positive patients, period. I even had a paper when, at City of Hope with Kathy Blazer and Jeff Weitzel. It was right when I came to City of Hope in 2014, we started putting this paper together. That was one of the first papers on multi-gene panels at that time. And I went back and looked, and the CHEK2 mutation rate, even in that paper, was 12.5%. So that was just all the positives coming back through City of Hope working group. So it definitely is holding up over time that CHEK2 is a very important one. And if you remember back on that original slide, with the odds ratios, CHEK2 is the most modifiable. So there's a few reasons we went after CHEK2 first. It's the most modifiable when you look at who's being modified by polygenic risk score per unit standard deviation. And then it's really common. So if you have to go after something first, go after, what will probably allow people to make the best immediate clinical decisions. And that's kind of how we're thinking about things right now at Myriad. I mean, how, we want to get the tools. We want to constantly be rolling out these tools, and we're going to do so in a mindful way where, you can use them as best as possible in your practice. So CHEK2 mutation carriers are going to come back very frequently. Again, we're following that by ATM, which are also coming back very frequently, and then following that by PALB2. We also still need a little bit more data on PALB2 because even in that original paper, you saw the confidence interval was a bit wider than CHEK2 and ATM because we have more ATM and CHEK2 carriers. So we're clearly entering a brand new era of risk prediction, well beyond just trying to figure out if somebody has a BRCA1 or 2 mutation or not. We've begun modifying risk for moderate penetrance genes, incredibly exciting, absolute new frontier. And I'll even go further. I mean, think about where all this is going. I mean, we're not stopping here. We're gonna, hopefully you take away from this talk, we're constantly going to be innovating. We're going to be looking at SNPs across all cancers. We're going to be looking at, any cancer we can, you think about all the ability to modify moderate risk genes that are going to be coming down the pipeline. Well, why do some women with MSH6 mutations and Lynch syndrome get breast cancer? Well, we know Lynch syndrome is not associated with breast cancer, but it seems like there might be a little weak signal there. Well, what's going on? Probably polygenic risk. Why do PMS2 carriers not have the same penetrance as MLH1 carriers? Well, we know that, but there's still some PMS2 families that look incredibly Lynch-like, and what's going on there? And is there some polygenic risk component going on in the background? I mean, that's really where I'm getting at. These and not only just polygenic risk, but also clinical and other factors. I mean, clinical factors in the sense of obesity or diet and all these things that can influence somebody's risk for colorectal cancer, and then adding in genomic factors and family history on top of that. So, I mean, it's just going to be, there's tons of research projects we can do off this, lots of R&D. And so, using all this data together really is, hopefully you are getting the sense that we're able to give these amazing precision risk estimates with very tight confidence intervals. And we're expanding the use of risk score, leading, it's great. I know a lot of people are, having some trepidation over this because, it's hard to counsel families. It's a whole different way to look at it. There was a recent publication that did look at polygenic risk score and how it works into counseling. And patients, it's kind of like everything we know. Patients just want information, and they don't, they're happy to get more information, and they're pleased, and they don't get too stressed out about it. That's kind of what we keep hearing from all of our patient-facing studies. They just want the information, and they'll figure out how to deal with it. Whether they deal with it right or not, I don't know. I mean, we got a lot of work to do there in that field, but they clearly just want the information. We want to empower you to be able to give people the best risk prediction, and we do see this as a massive field improvement, and also a big opportunity to just improve breast cancer care. And, here's kind of going back a little bit in a sense of that first slide. I mean, discovery of BRCA1 and 2, launching these other, multi-gene panels, BRCA1 and 2 followed by MyRisk, bringing in risk prediction, modifying carrier modification and CHEK2 individuals. And it's really just getting towards, we want every woman to know her precise risk of developing breast cancer, and we're not going to stop innovating. I mean, we have tons of projects around polygenic risk score queued up at Myriad, and we will be just churning them out, and we're going to be just getting the data and tools into your hands as fast as we can, but we need to make sure they're validated correctly. Like when it comes to global ancestry, yeah, we could just throw it out there now, but we need to make sure it's functioning correctly. We need to make sure that the standard unit deviation change for Caucasian individuals looks similar to African American individuals, looks similar to Asian individuals. What do we need to do to tweak those to get that model fit as good as humanly possible? And that's what we're doing right now. So we're working hard for you guys and your patients. So with that, and one other slide here. Since I came, I love education, obviously. So since I came to Myriad, I wanted to launch a few different things. One was Myriad Oncology Live, which I do weekly. I now have a weekly webinar series. I mean, I know I've seen a lot of you folks on from US Oncology. Thank you. And you can just completely go on, ask any single question you want. I don't care. We do them theme-based every single week. It's just an open door access to myself, medical affairs, our medical director, Shelly is always on. You could just ask us whatever you want. We do different themes every single week. Next week, we're going to come back to telegenetics and the COVID area. We just spoke about polygenic risk score carrier modification. We've talked about RNA. We've talked about breast cancer prognostic testing and RNA expression assays. So it's really just kind of giving you backdoor look and access to me and the team at Myriad. I launched a podcast as well too. That's called Inside the Genome. So definitely check that out. You can find any of these by just going to Myriad Oncology or just Googling Myriad Oncology Live. You'll see it. And the podcast is linked to that page too. And so I've done podcasts with many of your friends. So you can check those out. And they're like 10, 12 minutes for the most part. They just cover a whole range of any topic in cancer genetics. So it's Inside the Genome, Genetics, Oncology, and me. And there's the website. So I'll stop there. And Lucy, I mean, if you do have questions from the audience, happy to answer them. We have about 10 minutes left.
TJ, thank you so much for that presentation. There are a lot of questions, so I'll just dive right in. One of the last questions was, what is the timeline for women of for women of non-Western or non-European ancestry?
Mm-hmm. As soon as humanly possible. So that's the answer there. So we're working extremely hard to get that out. Like I said, we literally reprioritized all projects to make sure that is the number one priority and that it comes out as fast as possible. So I don't have an exact timeline, but it does seem like things are coming together very well.
So whose timeline is that? Is that like a 6-month timeline or is that a 2-year timeline?
Yeah, hard to say. I would definitely anticipate it being well under 2 years. So, but I don't have an exact timeline yet. But hopefully sooner than later. Probably within hopefully next year, earlier than later, give or
And
take.
what does that mean for women of mixed ancestry? Would they be able to adapt the PRS score or understand it, or is that still kind of unavailable?
Yes, no, you would be able to. So it's actually very slick. So it's going to be kind of based on if people have a concept of ancestry informative markers, which we're using in this whole task to kind of restructure people and figure out the polygenic risk. We're going to be able to use a concept that's similar to principal component analysis, if you're familiar with these kind of things, where you can, break off, like you can literally take anyone and you can say this person is, X% this, and we've actually already done a lot of this work. I mean, looking at different ancestries, self-reported ancestries to what the ancestry informative markers that are SNPs essentially in the background, similar to like ancestry.com. And then, you can divvy out parts of the genome and work the SNP risk based on that. So it's a very slick way to do it. So that it will be why we will just be able to offer it to everyone, or we should be able to at the end of this.
Very cool. There was a question about what you do when the family history is absent from the TRF, because family history plays a part in the risk calculation. What do you do about that?
Yeah, and the models take a lot of that into account. And actually, they've looked at whether, at least our statistical team, Alicia, a lot of this not published, but you can look at even how much family history modifies. I mean, it definitely causes a modification, but we've tried to build some of that in. And just like Tyrer-Cuzick, I mean, you can go into Tyrer-Cuzick and forget or omit family history. And still get risk scores. And obviously it would swing a lot if you forget somebody had a mother with breast cancer. So we definitely encourage people to put as much information in there as you can on the TRF. We're also, like I mentioned, working towards hopefully having a risk calculator. I mean, we did think one big step was at least getting the polygenic risk score on the report itself. So people could technically take that number and put it into Tyrer-Cuzick version 8 right now, which we don't really recommend, but it will, you could do that. We're obviously not validated in Tyrer-Cuzick version 8 yet. And actually there's a lot of work. I mean, Tyrer-Cuzick version 7 just seems to be a better baseline platform. A lot of people saw some recent data showing, there's some maybe Tyrer-Cuzick version 8 is overinflating compared to 7. I think people knew that clinically. And then adding in breast density, there's more double counting that comes in with the polygenic risk score, similar to the family history. So we're having to do a lot of work on that front to try to get this all accurate and have the best model fit that we can possibly have. So it's a very high quality, accurate result.
And a question came in about the validation cohort that you used. The question asker wanted to know how many of the women had breast cancer versus not, and how well did the risk score discriminate among those patients?
How many had breast cancer versus not? I mean, in the PRS paper, it was 18%. I don't remember off the top of my head in the actual risk score paper that is not yet published, but I think it's somewhere. I mean, we're essentially there. We've already used the PRS, and then we're adding that into then the next. Adding it into the Tyrer-Cuzick, which is really the point of that paper. We have 3 validations in the paper that we're setting up. I don't want to get too detailed into it, but one is a prospective cohort, women that about half had breast cancer and half did not. And we had an imaging cohort that was like separate than our other myriad cohorts. So that'll be really nice data to get out there. But we definitely owe people. We owe people publications, so don't worry there.
Yeah. We had several comments that looking at this it's a totally different way to think about risk equals hard for us to adapt and adopt. And so there was a question about how do you recommend that patients be advised about how their risk score affects their risk and the risk of their families?
Yeah. So, it is that's some of the challenges because it is a totally different concept. I mean, you're essentially flipping a coin now 86 times for each SNP. And so, somebody could have 0 family history of breast cancer on either side and could have a very high risk score because They just inherited an unfavorable risk SNP profile, that was combined with some of their clinical factors, or maybe they're, have other risk factors that put them at risk, like not having, children or breastfeeding, things like that, that increase your risk for breast cancer, and all that's combined. And, they may have no family history of breast cancer, and then there they are with a risk of, 38% for breast cancer. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do there, no question. And it's hard to, figure out how we're going to get this to patients. But like I said, I think patients just want the data, period. That's kind of the bottom line. And I don't think we have to make it so complicated. They don't need to know about multivariable logistic regression. They just need to know that, what their overall score is. I truly see a future where, if I had to put on like my 10-year hat or 20-year hat, we're probably just going to say this person's precision risk breast estimate is 26%. And it's based on this. It's based on having a NTHL1, mutation, plus polygenic risk modified by, Tyrer-Cuzick variables, modified by maybe some other epigenomic factors. And, that may be kind of the future of risk prediction. It is really archaic when you think about it, that you just give someone a risk estimate based on a totally different population that's not theirs. So you just say, ATM carriers have, lifetime breast cancer risk around 25%. Some seem to, maybe between 15 and 38% or whatever it may be. So we're just trying to innovate on that to tighten that in on the actual person sitting in front of you, than to give this, unclear risk estimate range.
Yep. I do think, there was a question here that really points out that what you're doing now with polygenic risk score and SNPs is really ahead of what the science actually can tell us. And there's a question of how does this really modify the management plan beyond good current clinical guidelines? And it sounds like the clinical guidelines really need to catch up and appreciate the nuances rather than strict cutoffs. Can you comment a little on the NCCN statement that has been brought forward by other speakers and also some of the questioners, stating that these risk scores should not be used in clinical practice?
Sure. I hope people realize that we have a large amount of data, and there was a lot of data I would love to have showed you today that I cannot, but we're just cranking out work in this area. So, but even the data that I just showed you incorporated already 300,000 women, plus other tens of thousands of women that led to all the development of the GWAS and the reports there. And the NCCN statement, personally, if you want my honest opinion, if you see that talk, you shouldn't be using polygenic risk score by itself to modify women's risk. You shouldn't. Like, if you go back to the slide that, if you think back in your mind about the slide showing family history and how it modifies polygenic risk score, you really do need a full incorporating model that incorporates clinical factors, family history factors, and then a polygenic risk component, as well as knowing if somebody has a single Mendelian gene mutation. You need all of that into one package to be able to use it. So, if in some sense, I almost feel like that statement doesn't necessarily apply. I know it was targeted towards labs that are, commercially offering this, but we are so far beyond that. Than just adding polygenic risk. So definitely don't recommend adding, polygenic risk by yourself. Don't take our odds ratios and just say this person's probably at average population risk and then multiply the risk times, 1.8, odds ratio, because that's a single, polygenic risk score odds ratio on the report. No, it needs to be brought in with this whole, modeling that brings in the other clinical factors. And, is it a surprise that, we're a little bit behind the times maybe in the guidelines? No, I don't think so. That's just the nature of the beast. When we think of how multi-gene panels were incorporated, same thing. We're barely still getting, we still don't even have clarity on a lot of the guidelines of, what kind of genes need to be on an average breast cancer hereditary risk panel. What are kind of the mandatory genes? What are, how do we even take care of BARD1 carriers? All that's still evolving. So it's not really a shock to me. It's going to take a while, but this is absolutely the future. This is not going away. We are going to 100% keep innovating. You see the model fits, they're incredible. The paper that we're putting together now, the model fit is substantially better when you just look at Tyrer-Cuzick alone. even when you just look at PRS alone, but then when you add both in, you get so much more bang for your buck on trying to figure out what that person's lifetime risk is. We have tons to do though. We need prospective studies, longitudinal prospective cohort studies. We have the Wisdom trial going on right now. There's just going to be a lot coming out. I mean, pretty much anybody doing genetic epidemiology work in this space is doing something on the research side with polygenic risk and how that all plays in. So we'll have a lot coming out soon. Hopefully the next couple of years will really just solidify all of this. But it's here now. Good. And it's ready.
Well, thank you for that, TJ. There are still a couple remaining questions, which I'll leave in the chat for you to answer during our 10-minute break. And once again, thank you to you and to Myriad for being a gold sponsor for this conference.
Yeah, thank you for having us. And I look forward to the rest of the day's talks. Thanks, Lucy, and everyone.
All right. Well, welcome back, everyone, to Friday morning, the final day of this awesome 5-day conference. I'm so thrilled to be welcoming you back and to be introducing our speakers and to be hosting this amazing conference. And I'm glad that all of you have had a chance to participate. The boot camp, the first 2 days of boot camp were deep dive educational opportunities. And these 3 days of conferences have been and are in-depth talks about how you can bring this information back to your practices and back to your patients. So thank you so much for being a part of this historic online genetics conference. A few comments about how to earn your CME credits. For the physicians and APPs who are participating, once the meeting has ended today, you should click on the Help Center to complete your CME evaluation and then download and complete the CME claim form. This is going to serve as your temporary certificate. You'll submit this to CME credit at corestaging.com at the conclusion of filling it out. No forms will be accepted after October 9th, so you have about a week to fill it out, but no longer. And then you'll receive an email with your official certificate. The meeting organizers are able to see which sessions you clicked into. For genetic counselors, your continuing education credit is in the networking area, and it's under the door CGC CE evaluation. So complete the evaluation at the end of the conference, and this information will be submitted to NSGC on your behalf, including the $25 fee, which was included as part of your registration. The NSGC will issue your certificate and has approved this offering for up to 1.3 CEUs or 13 Category 1 contact hours. Before I close the opening, I do want to make a very special thanks to some people without whom this conference could not have taken place. So thank you very much to Barb Coons and Lori Lindsay, who are invaluable partners on the US Oncology side in making this great program truly great. And thank you to the meeting services team, who is behind the scenes. For those of you who aren't participating in the green room, these guys are on it, and they're really making this a smooth experience for you. I also want to thank our sponsors. So Myriad and AstraZeneca are our gold sponsors. We have a very important relationship with Myriad that we forged over several years and will allow us to move forward on significant clinical questions and research endeavors. I also want to thank Caris and Blueprint, as well as Pharmacyclics, Invitae, and Insight, all of whom have sponsored this program. I encourage you to visit the exhibit hall. If you visit all of the sponsors and request information from them, your name will be drawn, put into a hat for a drawing for prizes that include registration for next year, which can be an up to $300 value. So I encourage you to visit our sponsors. And an extra special thanks to McKesson Provider Education. If you go to that booth, you'll be able to see a clinical education library and a lot of other great resources and other conferences that might be of interest to you. And lastly, I want to thank all of our wonderful speakers and also to all of you for taking the time out of what we know is a busy schedule and a very strange year. I mean, who had President getting COVID on their bingo card? I had awesome, great conference on my bingo card, so I was able to at least put a marker there. But I know that we are taking time out of your busy schedule, and I'm so thankful that you're here to take the time to bring back valuable information to your practice and to your patients. So thank you to everybody. Don't forget to visit the exhibitors and don't forget to claim your CE. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you in the next session.
Hi, it's my pleasure again to introduce Dr. Fergus Couch, who I introduced yesterday. So I won't go through everything, but we're delighted that you're willing to give us two talks for this conference. As I mentioned before, Dr. Couch is a professor and chair of the Division of Experimental Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at Mayo Clinic, with a joint appointment in the Department of Health Science Research. Yesterday, he spoke to us about his work with Enigma, as well as his work in his lab and with works of others to try to identify variants and classify them. And that was fascinating. Today, he's going to be talking about the clinical genetic testing of all breast cancer patients. Welcome, Dr. Couch.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll jump right in. These are just my potential conflicts of interest. Okay, straight into it. So obviously throughout this conference, you've been exposed to a lot of information about predisposition genes. I am going to review some of the data that's already out in the public domain just to refresh memories and sort of set up the talk for the additional data that I'll show later. Okay, so again, many of you will have seen this type of graphic before. And the frequency of the gene or the mutation is across the bottom, and the actual risk of breast cancer is vertical on the y-axis. And you'll see BRCA1 and 2 relatively frequent in red there, right in the middle at the top. BRCA1 and 2 high-risk genes, PALB2 probably a high-risk gene right below it, and then we've got the more moderate risk CHEK2s and ATMs below it. Over on the right-hand side with risk SNPs, you've just heard from Tom Slavin in the last session about the PRS that they've developed from SNPs. I'm not going to get into that at all in this talk. I'm going to be focusing on rare mutations or rare pathogenic variants that show up in the high-risk and moderate risk genes. So let's talk about germline hereditary cancer testing. And again, you'll have heard a lot of this already, but the metric that most people use for clinical testing or selection of patients for clinical testing right now are NCCN guidelines. And again, most of us are familiar with the fact that these are predominantly based on family history of cancer. And it's not just breast cancer, it can be a variety of others that can contribute to that selection. Young age of diagnosis and multiple primary cancers. And we also include triple negative breast cancer, I suppose, in that group as a molecular subtype. The American Society of Breast Surgeons have actually, though, in different to NCCN, they've actually suggested testing of all women with breast cancer using panel-based tests. The US Preventative Services Task Force, which focuses mainly on unaffected women, has recommended the use of risk stratification models. So again, selecting based on age of onset, family history, etc. So there's multiple different testing guidelines out there right now, and it's up to the individual which one they really want to use. And of course, insurance companies have a lot to say about that too. But the reality is, if you step back and think about it a little bit, the risks of breast cancer caused by pathogenic variants in cancer predisposition genes are really not fully established at this point for some of the moderate risk genes that we talk about, even in the high-risk population, and certainly not in population-based women. So if you think about the suggestion of testing everybody with breast cancer, do we really know what the risks are for mutations or pathogenic variants in a number of the moderate risk genes in that population-based setting without a family history? And that's really what I'm going to talk about a lot today. So this was sort of a review of the literature from 2015. There was a really nice summary article in New England Journal that looked at the evidence that was available for the various different genes that we think of as being high and moderate risk genes for breast cancer. And you'll see here that there are odds ratios or risk levels provided, but that a lot of the data back in 2015, we had no evidence of association or insufficient data. So it was still a very confusing time. But now with all the data that's been collected through the high throughput genetic testing that's being done by multiple different companies and worldwide, in fact, we were able to collaborate with Ambry Genetics here and come up with very specific numbers for a lot of these genes. And we've further developed that so that we've now done a collaboration with Ambry Genetics and published on results from 50,000 breast cancer patients in combination with public controls to try and come up with actual odds ratios or essentially risks for breast cancer associated with mutations in these different genes. And we have them ordered from high to low here. You know, and the obvious ones are there. The PALB2, BRCA1, BRCA2 are sort of the high-risk genes there at the top of the list. But down the bottom, we've got some of the others, ATM and CHEK2, that we're all very familiar with. But then we also have a few others that come in at BARD1 and RAD51D. P53, we're always confused about. The asterisk there is actually to remind us that we can have somatic events like clonal hematopoiesis a lot in P53, and we really have to pay attention to age effects and therapeutic effects when we're looking at P53 mutations. So it's really quite confusing. But anyway, from those studies, from high-risk patients tested at Ambry Genetics, we were able to come up with fairly reasonable estimates of risk. But at the same time, we found another bunch of genes that were low risk. And I won't say that they had no risk, but they had low risk. And in particular, NBN, the Nijmegen breakage syndrome gene that many of us thought was a breast cancer gene for many years. And it's really very low, 1.4-fold increased risk over the general population. RAD51C was close to 2, and we tend to use 2 as our cutoff for moderate risk genes. There was a paper recently published on a whole series of segregation analyses and penetrance analyses in RAD51C families, and it was shown to actually have essentially a penetrance of that it would approximate to an odds ratio of 2. So these numbers are very similar, so that's good to see. And then we have the genes that are associated with mismatch repair and colorectal cancer, and there's been a question about those genes for many years in regard to breast cancer, and I think you can see the numbers here are all suggesting that if there is an effect, it's fairly mild. Okay, and this is just a graphic of the same, for those of you who are more visually oriented than numerically oriented, this is a graphic of the same data. The dotted line for one means that it's the same risk as the general population, and then if it's to the right-hand side of that, it's increased in risk. And again, you see that you have your BRCA1s and 2s at the bottom here, very high risk, etc. Okay, so I won't go over that again. But with the data from Ambry Genetics, we also had the advantage that in their clinical intake forms, they do actually request information about tumor pathology. And that allowed us to use the ER and HER2 markers, and also there's a specific question about triple negative to break out what we refer to as 4 clinical subtypes of breast cancer. These are obviously not the same as the molecular, luminal A, luminal B type molecular subtypes of breast cancer, but somewhat similar. And you can see that we had fairly large numbers in each of those groups, which allowed us to then go ahead and assess the various genes and what they were doing in that setting. And here's the graphic that goes with that. And some of it is quite interesting. So we'll see that, for instance, BRCA1 has very high risk for triple negative in the purple way out here on the right, but is actually more, well, it's still a high risk for the 3 other subtypes, but not as high as triple negatives. BRCA2, all 4 subtypes tend to cluster. They're very similar to one another. So essentially equal risk for all 4 subtypes. And that was an interesting observation in this study because many of us think of BRCA2 as being predominantly ER-positive breast cancer. That's true. But there is still an elevated risk for triple negative breast cancer, and we always have to remember that. PALB2 down towards the bottom, again, all 4 subtypes are together with a slight enrichment for triple negative. But then we saw some interesting other unusual things. Let's look at ATM at the very top. 3 of the subtypes being clustered together here as elevated risk, moderate to high risk of breast cancer, moderate risk really of breast cancer, but triple negatives, really no risk of breast cancer at all. So if you have an ATM mutation, you're really at very, very low risk of developing a triple negative breast cancer. CHEK2, in comparison, also a very low risk of developing a triple negative breast cancer, but furthermore, at limited risk of developing an ER negative HER2 positive. So the HER2s and the triple negatives kind of drop out for CHEK2, and you're limited to what we might think of as the luminal A and luminal B breast cancers, the ER positive and estrogen driven breast cancers. So what this tells us is that risk can actually be broken out by subtype of breast cancer, and it's not just one uniform number. Does that really matter in terms of testing? Probably not, right? We're still going to use the same panel. We're still going to apply it regardless of what tumor the patient got. But what it does tell us is that we may have to maybe modify our counseling a little bit based on the subtypes going forward. So from those subtypes, we were able to calculate absolute risks or lifetime risks of breast cancer. And that's really what's most important in the clinic, as we all know. And really what you're looking at here is the top line, just looking in the ATM curve, for instance. The top curve is the accumulation of all the 4 subtypes together, but the different colors are the individual subtypes. And you can see that several of them have really essentially no effect on risk at all. And most of it is driven by that estrogen receptor positive, HER2 negative subtype of breast cancer, which then pushes it up over 25% lifetime risk. So the lifetime risks that we calculated from these numbers do match up quite well with the prior literature. Maybe BRCA1 and BRCA2 are a little bit attenuated because they're only getting up around 55 or 60% lifetime risk in this model. But still, that puts it in a high-risk category and maybe accounted for by, for instance, exclusion of the Ashkenazi founder mutations and things like that, which had been identified previously by site-specific BRCA1 and 2 testing and were not involved in this analysis. We've also been able to work with Ambry to extrapolate the study of these various genes on these multi-gene panels and come up with risks for ovarian cancer and pancreatic cancer. But I won't spend any more time on that. So where does that leave us? That basically leaves us that we have breast cancer risk estimates for predisposition gene mutations or pathogenic variants for high-risk patients. And they can certainly be used in the clinical setting at this point. But the question then remains, what about the general population? What about all those women who do not have a family history or are not young onset? That's as many as 50, 60, 70% of the people that are out there with breast cancer that wouldn't necessarily qualify for testing using NCCN guidelines would qualify under the American Society of Breast Surgeons. But do we know anything about the risks for the genes? So let's talk about that a little bit. So we developed a carrier study. The name is given there. The idea here was to study population-based risk estimates. Okay. This is the group of genes that we included in our custom-made panel from QIAGEN. And it's got all the main predisposition genes and a bunch of others that turned out to be really not so important. And the methodology, as I said, is a QIAGEN-based amplicon panel. I won't really get into the details, but essentially we're able to run 768 samples down a lane of a sequencer at the same time. That's just technical detail. The panel worked beautifully. So what was the nature of our population? Well, we had 36,000 controls and 40,000 cases from population-based studies, so cohorts, some of the larger cohorts in the United States, the Nurses' Health Study, California Teacher Study, the cancer prevention studies at the American Cancer Society, the Women's Health Initiative. All these studies participated and provided DNA samples from their breast cancer cases and matched controls. And then we were then able to genotype all those in my lab to try and come up with estimates. So a huge number of individuals that were genotyped over a 3-year period. You can see that there were a number of women from other than non-Hispanic whites, so African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, that were in the study as well. In particular, we had the Black Women's Health Study in there from Julie Palmer in Boston, and a number of other studies like that, which allowed us to enrich in that setting. So here's how all the studies pan out. Here's the multi-ethnic cohort, for instance, coming out of Hawaii and University of Southern California. What we're looking at here, the 2 different colors are, the controls are sort of in the teal color. The cases are in this red-brown color. And you're just looking at age in years, 25, 50, 75, and you're just trying to show that the distributions are similar to one another. The cases and the controls should be well matched. And indeed, we see that across most of the studies. UCI actually didn't have controls. Two Sister didn't have controls. This is from the NIH, and it's actually a familial study, so it doesn't have controls here. But all the others that did have controls, you can see that they match up very, very nicely. So they're one-to-one, essentially one-to-one matched, which is really important for doing accurate association studies. Now we look at family history across all these different studies, and we see that the vast majority of the studies are in the 20 to 25% of individuals that have a first-degree relative with breast or ovarian cancer. That's essentially what we see uniformly across the population. This particular study here, again, the sister study from the NIH, it's a familial study, so by definition, the cases and the controls are inflated for family history. That's just an artifact of that particular study. So what did we find? Well, if we take 21 cancer predisposition genes, and that would include the mismatch repair genes as well as all the other breast cancer genes I talked about, you can see that BRCA1 and BRCA2 on the left-hand side here are the most frequent in the cases, which is sort of the yellow mustard color. And that makes sense. We've known that for a long time, that mutations in those genes would show up around 1%. So again, this is the general population of breast cancer. This is not selected based on family history or young onset. So it's a different result from what you will have seen in previous publications. This is your general population of breast cancers, and they're still up around 1% for BRCA1 and 2. ATM is a little bit lower than we expected. We normally think of it as 1% in the high-risk populations. It's a little bit lower here, down around 0.7. And then CHEK2 is hanging in around 1. And then all the other genes, as you might imagine, drop away fairly low, with only PALB2 now coming up above 0.5%. So 1 in 200 there. If we look across the various studies that were involved in this consortium, and you take just the 12 genes that are known to cause breast cancer, you can see that the majority of the studies are pretty much stable. And the take-home message, if you look across there, what you discover is that the average population-based study yields mutations in these 12 known breast cancer genes at about 5%. So 5% of all breast cancers, regardless of selection, just totally unselected for family history or age of onset, 5% of them will have mutations in these 12 genes. That's quite different to what you'll have seen in the literature from high-risk populations, which is often as high as 10%, right? So this is 5% general population. A couple of the studies that I already talked about, the ones that are enriched for family, are indeed up around 10%. So these are almost like internal controls within our study to show that when you have a family history, it jumps higher, but with all our other studies, it's right around 5%. I also want to point out the black bars here, which are the controls. These are unaffected, age matched to the cases. And what you're seeing here is that the average works out to be about 1.8%. So that says that 1.8% of individuals unselected for family history, unaffected by breast cancer, have mutations in these 12 genes. So that information may actually be relevant when we talk about the idea of population-based testing. So not breast cancer population-based, but all women, or women over the age of 30, as Mary Claire King has mentioned in the past, or the Ashkenazi screening in a population-based setting, as is done in Israel currently. These questions will all now come up because we now have a number, we now have a fairly accurate number of what the frequency is in the general population, and essentially it's 1.8%. So from these frequencies in the cases and controls, what do we find? Well, again, we find that BRCA1 and 2 are high risk. If you look at the first column, odds ratios, BRCA1 and 2 are high risk, 5-fold increased risk over the general population, 7-fold increased risk over the general population. PALB2 is a little bit attenuated compared to what we see with high risk. With high risk patients, we often see it at 5 or 6. Now it's at 3.6, making it a moderate risk gene in the population-based setting. CHEK2 still manages to hold up as a moderate risk gene. But if we go to the very top, we actually discover that ATM is actually a little bit attenuated in the general population, drops below 2, even though the confidence intervals overlap 2, it still drops down a little bit. And so we're not quite sure what to make of that. We then decided to look at just ER-positive breast cancer. And in fact, we see ATM enriching, which makes sense because I told you before that it seems to be predominantly associated with ER-positive tumors. So we see that again. BRCA1 and 2 hold up, PALB2 holds up. CHEK2 holds up. And that's really about the only story. You've got those 5 common predisposition genes that seem to be driving ER-positive breast cancer. Here's ER-negative breast cancer. Again, BRCA1 goes crazy here, really high, and we know because we think of triple-negative and ER-negative breast cancer when we think of BRCA1. But again, as I mentioned previously, in the Ambry data, also in the population-based setting, BRCA2 is highly associated with ER-negative disease. ATM drops away to essentially no effect in ER-negative and triple-negative disease, which I mentioned again previously with Ambry. So again, the Ambry high risk and the carriers population-based studies are yielding very similar studies. The only difference being that there's more attenuation in the population-based because of the absence of family history. That makes a lot of sense. I'll also note that 3 other genes come up. BARD1, RAD51C, and RAD51D all do appear to be ER-negative predisposition genes in the population-based setting. And again, that agrees to previous studies in high-risk triple-negative only patients. So it does seem that these genes are specifically driving ER-negative and triple-negative disease as moderate risk genes, not high risk. We then estimated lifetime risks based on these numbers. And again, you can see that BRCA1 and 2 are pretty high, up around 55% lifetime risk by age 80. PALB2 comes in at around 35% in the general population. For those of you who have followed the PALB2 story, there was a paper out late last year suggesting that the risks could be as high as 55%, but that was a series of selected families, predominantly selected families, high-risk families. If we look at the general population, it's 35%. And in a prior publication a number of years ago, another penetrant study of PALB2 families, it was actually suggested that those without a family history were about 32% lifetime risk. So our numbers match very, very well with that prior study. All makes sense. CHEK2, still over 25% lifetime risk, but ATM dropping down to maybe 15 to 17% lifetime risk. We also were able to look at the African American population, and this has been published recently in JNCI, again, mainly driven by the Black Women's Health Study. And the interesting thing here is that the numbers that we get for African American patients are almost identical to the numbers we see for the non-Hispanic white studies or the overall carrier study. So that's good to see. We again see, because triple-negative breast cancer and ER-negative breast cancer tends to be more frequent in the African American population, we do see RAD51C and RAD51D popping up and having higher odds ratios in that population. But everything else is more or less the same. PALB2 is elevated, BRCA1 and 2 are elevated, ATM is a little bit attenuated, and then CHEK2 still holds in there as a moderate risk gene. So what does this mean in terms of guidelines and what we should do with patients? So this is consider or recommend breast MRI for patients with various mutations in different genes. We've known this for a while now, that here's NBN, and in the population-based studies, as well as the high-risk studies, this is looking very flat. This does not seem to be a moderate risk or a high-risk breast cancer gene in this setting. And so we really have to think carefully about what it means when we find a mutation. A lot of the data on NBN was focused on one specific founder mutation called 657del5. And then more recently, a group in Poland had shown that if you were a homozygote for a very specific SNP and had the C657del5, then you were at increased risk. We've looked at that very, very carefully in the carrier study. There's still no increased risk, even in that special setting. So we do not think of NBN as a breast cancer predisposition gene in the heterozygous state at this moment. Okay. We had previously in NCCN guidelines for management, we had RAD51C and D with insufficient evidence. Now I believe the new guidelines are actually saying that RAD51C and D should be considered as breast cancer moderate risk predisposition genes, especially in the ER negative setting, and that's indeed what we've shown in these data. But that was all breast cancer cases for the most part. I do want to come back to those unaffected controls. So here is the frequency of mutations in these various genes in the unaffected controls. And again, you can see ATM in as many as 0.4. BRCA1 and 2 are down here a little bit. combined together, they give us about 0.4, which is basically turns out to be 1 in 250 unaffected women in the United States would have a mutation in BRCA1 and 2. That's the take-home message from this unaffected population that we studied here. And then CHEK2 and ATM, another almost 1% between them, giving us the 1.8% that I'd mentioned earlier. So again, just to reflect on the fact that there's a large number, many, many, many women walking around in the general population who don't have breast cancer, but do have mutations in these genes. So to summarize everything that I've just presented today, we do know that testing and testing with panels can result in improved clinical management. I didn't show any data for the management, but we know with all these risk estimates now that we can use it, use the information effectively. And obviously many of you are already using it very effectively. But accurate population-based and family history-based risk estimates, I think it was important to develop those, because if you don't have a family history, you really are at substantially lower risk than if you do have a family history. And we now have numbers for both of those categories. Okay? But we need those numbers for the other races and ethnicities. You probably noticed that I only presented data for the African Americans, and that was a smallish study with only 5,000 cases and 5,000 controls. We need much bigger studies in that population, and then also in other racial and ethnic minorities, to try and figure out specific risks for mutations in the various genes for those individuals. We need age-related risks. And in fact, we're doing a study right now for older women, women over the age of 60, over the age of 65, and what is the residual risk of breast cancer if you're not affected with breast cancer but have a mutation at the age of 60. We're trying to sort that one out. It's not ready yet. And the question then becomes, should testing be restricted to women qualifying for testing based on risk stratifying criteria such as the NCCN, or should all breast cancers be tested as suggested by the American Society of Breast Surgeons? And I'm not going to answer that question today. All I'm saying is that we now have numbers upon which that we can consider when we're discussing these issues. So also the question becomes, should testing be adopted based on specific criteria in the general population? So that's unaffected women, as in Israel, where they test the entire Ashkenazi Jewish. They're offering testing to the entire Ashkenazi, all mutation carriers. They would like to identify all mutation carriers in the general population there. Should we be doing something similar in the United States? Again, I'm just leaving that as a question. I'm just presenting evidence and data that can inform those debates. And with that, I'll stop. I think we're right on time. I'll hand it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Couch. That was very informative. Are they studies? Are we going to get data on other populations? You know, Hispanics, Asians, and obviously more African American. You know, how is that being pursued?
So the large unaffected populations are going to come out of things like the UK Biobank study and a number of other studies like that. For the breast cancer patients, I think there's a number of other very large studies that are underway in the United States already. There's a large study in the Kaiser group where they're looking at SNPs and rare variants in 100,000 women undergoing mammography. I mean, I think we'll see a lot of additional data coming out in the next couple of years. But how many of those are actually minorities or racial minorities and ethnic minorities? I don't really have a good feel for that. I think we're always going to be catching up on the racial and ethnic minority angle, but there needs to be emphasis there. We need to build those numbers so that we have accurate risk estimates for those individuals. I don't think we're there today, and it's going to take a few years to catch up on where we are with the non-Hispanic whites.
Well, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to Dr. Barkey's talk. So again, if you sign up of this talk and log into the next one, we'll see you in a few seconds. Hi, it is my pleasure again to introduce Dr. Barkey. I'm actually really looking forward to this talk. She's going to be speaking, doing a radiology review for breast cancer patients. Dr. Laura Barkey is a medical director of Envision Sally Joe, the largest provider of breast imaging services in the state of Colorado, period. She is a leading voice in the importance of screening mammography for every woman over the age of 40. And she brought 3D mammography units to Colorado. In 2019, she was awarded the title of Fellow of American College of Radiology for her outstanding teaching of diagnostic radiology and significant contributions to clinical research and literature. And with that, I'll welcome Dr. Barkey.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I am really appreciative to be here to speak to you all today. And I'm excited to talk to you about radiology. I'm a breast imager, so this is near and dear to my heart. So I want to start by just going over basic things about reviewing screening recommendations. And specifically with this audience, and especially after that last wonderful talk, talking about hereditary breast cancer and imaging in that patient population. I'll also be discussing different modalities. I do want you to walk away from here knowing something about some of these modalities that we do recommend. And then I also will be reviewing a case to kind of bring it all together. So I want to start by a question. So what do you do for your patients? And on the left side, when you see a pedigree, that's how you oftentimes see your patients and see what that patient is all about. And so what we're trying to do is figure out how do we translate that information into what we need for imaging. And to just start out with some basics, while my passion is about ensuring that the general population screen, it really is important for us to ensure we're identifying the patients who may need additional things. But I want to talk about mammography first because mammography is really the gold standard in screening for breast cancer. And Ed Hendrick wrote this paper with Mark Helvey, and it's an excellent paper that looks at where mammography has actually stepped in and created that effect. And what we see is that there's an approximately 42% mortality reduction after mammography has started, and looking at almost 600,000 lives that were saved once mammography began. And if you look at this breast cancer mortality rate curve, you can see it's very flat until mammography actually came in to the picture. If we look at what has helped us in terms of treating patients with breast cancer, we look at, okay, what are the effects that could have decreased mortality? And some of that may be related to excellent chemotherapy drugs that are being utilized and the addition of those. But mammography actually has played an important role in this. And if we look at male breast cancer, we look at the same slide, you actually see that breast cancer mortality has remained flat in men. And if you think about it, men are not screened with mammography. So there is certainly an important impact that mammography has had in our reduction in mortality. So everything actually stems from a baseline of mammographic imaging. So I just wanted to make sure I was highlighting that here. The benefits in screening include the reduction in mortality rate and less extensive surgery in patients who are being screened, less chemotherapy that's being utilized for patients who are screened. And then if those patients do need chemotherapy, it has been found that that chemotherapy is actually more effective in patients who are screened. And that comes from an excellent article by Laszlo Tabar, who has done, he spent his lifetime studying the population of women in Sweden. It has brought us a lot of excellent literature. So it was really in 2007 with the Saslow article from the American Cancer Society that really changed the paradigm in which recommendations were made for screening. Traditionally, it had been annual mammography and clinical and self-breast exam for women. But in 2007, when there was the addition of MRI to patients who are at elevated risk, or some who are in the intermediate risk category, where the American Cancer Society was not for or against MRI, and some of that population has changed since 2007 also. So the addition of looking at risk factors, genetic counseling for our patients who are coming into breast centers was very new at that time, and it wasn't the norm around the country. Also, that addition of screening MRI and screening breast ultrasound for patients who are at average or maybe intermediate risk that have dense breast tissue. So a lot of these new modalities that have come into play, as well as the advent of risk assessment, has changed the traditional approach to one size fits all to how can we actually make screening more effective and personalized or patient specific. A lot of the terms that you're hearing now in terms of what we are doing. So I want to just look again based at the average risk patients. And so what are the baselines for patients at this point? So you probably have heard that there are a lot of different organizations with different recommendations and guidelines that are out there. And you can see from this graph, I tried to put it together in a way that might be interesting for you to look at, so you can see how the different organizations kind of organize their guidelines. And this is a fairly recent paper actually from Carol Lee at Sloan Kettering and some of other colleagues like Linda Moy and Deb Monticello that put together this nice comprehensive paper that looks at patients here. I'm showing first the average risk women. So you can see the different organizations start screening at different times. On the extreme ends, you have the USPSTF that says begin at age 50, whereas NCBC, ACR, ASBS recommend starting at age 40 annually. So what's important, I think, and I've also added the age of stopping those recommendations for mammographic screening, just so you can have them in a comprehensive fashion. And again, this is for average risk patients, but this is where a lot of our mortality reduction data comes from. And what I wanted to do was really just overlay what those recommendations lead to. And so if you follow annual screening starting at age 40, you can see the mortality reduction is the highest. Whereas if you begin at age 50 and screen every other year, the mortality reduction rate goes down almost by half to 23%. And so I just offer this to you because there's always a lot of controversy in terms of screening for breast cancer. When it comes to a higher risk population or higher than average risk population, I think there's less controversy. And so this is just to show you in one of the tables kind of where the different organizations actually make their recommendations for higher than average risk patients. And they all recommend mammographic screening annually, but most of these patients, and it breaks it down to all the different high risk categories, but most patients are actually starting at age 30. There are some indications certainly to start at age 25, and that's with radiation therapy, like mantle radiation type therapy. When it comes to higher than average risk patients and using MRI as supplemental screening a tool, you can see that the age of starting these patients is typically 25. And so there was a change several years ago looking at the data where patients who start at 25 may actually benefit with just an MRI at that point because of the radiosensitivity of the younger breast tissue, and then adding mammography at age 30 annually. So I think it's a really interesting paradigm, and it raises the question in terms of how do we identify these patients if they're patients that need to get screened earlier and are not coming in for maybe annual mammograms at age 40. And I think it's a really important point. They also looked at the general mutation carriers, many of which have been talked about extensively already, and looking at the different risks of breast cancer in those different populations. I should mention that all my references are available in the PDF that you have, my lecture, and you should have all these slides as well. I wanted to talk a little bit about this paper. This is a really interesting paper looking at genetic testing and screening recommendations for patients with hereditary risk, and it also does a comprehensive review in terms of imaging recommendations for these types of patients. And so there are a lot of very complex tables that they have in their talk. But what I did was I actually pulled out those recommendations here for you so you could see kind of how they can be outlined in a little simpler fashion. This could be something that referring physicians have in their clinic so they can see actually when it would be useful to utilize different types of modalities and at what ages. So I just refer to this paper. The question is, how does an imaging center, which was what our challenge was in 2007 when these recommendations came about in terms of adding MRI to screening regimens. We wanted to make sure, though, however, we weren't missing any of the hereditary risk syndromes. So we actually employed a genetic counselor and definitely grew our program to ensure that we were being supported by someone that had the knowledge base that could help us in assessing our patients. And of course, some of our patients, genetic counseling was recommended for genetic testing. And so it was actually a very rewarding project to bring on in an imaging center a whole genetics program because it allowed us to kind of add what we felt was missing to just the normal imaging type of center. So this is I'm just sharing with you the algorithm that we used, and we did a lot of education to our own staff as well as referring physicians and patients. And what we do is obviously we want to incorporate everybody, and we utilized imaging to determine density, but we also utilized tools to determine risk assessment, starting out back in that day with the Gale model, and then subsequently to using Tyrer-Cuzick. Also utilizing a tool to help us screen patients with the NCCN guidelines for genetic counseling. So this is kind of the algorithm that we followed. On the left side, looking at risk in pink, and then adding kind of breast density to that, and then making recommendations. On the right side in purple is where someone would get flagged for genetic counseling. And so here I'm just sharing some of the material that we had available and we have in our centers for more information. I think it's really important. Imaging centers are a great place for patients to learn about genetic counseling, genetic testing. It's something that I think is really important because it's a great access point for patients that may not know about this. And so I think over the years there's been a lot more talk about it, and implementation has been occurring that I think has led to a lot of good outcomes for patients. So let's talk about some screening modalities. So when we talk about mammography in terms of screening, that a lot of studies utilized actually 2D mammography. This is digital breast tomosynthesis, or some call it 3D mammography. And so we see that image on the left. It actually looks like a normal mammogram machine. 2D images are taken as well as the 3D images. Patients still in the same position for those images. Screening breast ultrasound is in the middle there, and that actually utilizes no radiation. So it's an ultrasound probe that's used to look in an automated fashion to look at the breast. And then on the right is MRI, which I will talk about as well. So mammography has definitely changed over the years. And you can see on the left, over the years, the image quality has definitely improved as we look over time. If we go to present day, and on the right side, I'm showing you a digital breast tomosynthesis exam and pulling out a particular slice. So essentially what it does is it's slicing the breast into very thin segments and then putting that data together for us. But we can look at the breast comprehensively as an entire slab or the 2D type of image, or we can look at them in individual slices. And it has led to really great outcomes. But I just want to show you this because I think it's a really interesting image, and it's called The Forest Has Eyes by Beverly Doolittle. And you can see that this is similar to what we deal with when you look at a mammogram. And you want to make sure that you're not ignoring what's right in front of you, but you have to ensure that you're not missing kind of what's hiding in there. And you can see many faces and many eyes in this image, but you want to make sure you're seeing all of the faces and all of the eyes in the image when you're looking at an exam. And some breasts are more complicated than others, where this is why new technology has helped us increase the sensitivity in dense breast tissue. Still not perfect, and is slightly less effective with extremely dense breasts, but we have other tools to help us in that regard. It improves lesion detection as well as improves margin analysis, and it can decrease false positives, so can help reduce that recall rate for patients, which I think is very important in terms of compliance of screening. I want to talk a little bit about breast density. And breast density, you can see from left to right, fatty tissue on the far left and extremely dense breast tissue on the right. It is estimated that approximately 43% of women have dense breast tissue. In my population here in Colorado, it's actually much higher because we have a young, kind of healthy population and a very lean population. So it just depends where you are. And so dense breast tissue is a double-edged sword, and it actually can reduce the mammographic performance as well as correlate to the increased risk of breast cancer. It also points to the need for supplementary imaging studies. This is just to show you that areas of the breast are dense. You can see the asterisks in that lower part of the breast, which you can see quite easily, but it's very easy to miss the cancer that may be hiding in that dense breast tissue. So that's where screening breast ultrasound can actually help us. And screening breast ultrasound can improve the cancer detection rate, depending on the population, up to 4%, so finding about four additional cancers per 1,000 in the Akron study. But it also can find things that are not cancer. So, but it does have a higher rate of detection than mammography alone. So it has shown some benefit, but MRI has actually shown even more benefit, detecting approximately 14.7 cancers per 1,000 compared to just the 4 cancers per 1,000 in addition to mammography. And that was looking at patients who had mammography and ultrasound. So MRI actually did perform better than just those 2 modalities, indicating that if a patient does need an MRI or qualifies for an MRI, then they don't need an ultrasound. But mammography is still important, and you can see the sensitivity is much higher. And when you add MRI to mammography, the sensitivity goes up to 94%. So really important. I like some of the things that I'm hearing at this conference. I think it's so interesting when we talk about how do we actually identify these women, what do we do, how do we look at larger populations and what are we missing. I mean, that's the last thing we want is actually to miss something or miss a patient that hasn't been assessed, and figure out if we can do more for them. So this is a study that we did shortly after the ACS guidelines came out. And what we did was, back in that day, I mentioned that we were using the Gale model, and we were recommending MRI in the mammography report. At that point, we had about 2% of our population that we were recommending MRI, and only approximately 14% had completed it in a year. So very low compliance rate. And mind you, that was really only with notifying patients through the imaging report. MRI has actually changed as everything progresses. MRI has also done the same thing, and there was a fairly recent Akron study that was led by Chris Comstock. Christiana Kuhl was also a participant in creating the protocols for this. She did some of the earliest studies looking at abbreviated breast MRI in Germany, and there was very interesting findings looking at MRI. And so what was really interesting is that these women with dense breasts were found to have many more invasive cancers than in patients who just had DBT, which is listed here as digital breast tomosynthesis. So the addition of MRI was very important in these patients and finding additional invasive tumors. So there may be changes in the future in terms of how we're screening patients. Typically, we're doing protocols that may have the patient on the table for 20 and 30 minutes. This protocol actually decreases that time to about 10 minutes for the scan time, which I think is really interesting to look at because it may increase that level of compliance for patients. Right now, MRI requires the use of gadolinium. Hopefully in the future, some of the protocols may be using diffusion-weighted imaging and spectroscopy and such other technologies may eliminate the need for contrast. I know that there was interest in kind of hearing a little bit about gadolinium-based agents, and that's what we need to use for MRI. And so if you look at the different categories, there are low risk, but there is some risk with using gadolinium, and nephrogenic systemic fibrosis is one of those risks. And what has happened is that there has been actually an improvement in the type of agents that we're using. So most of the agents that we're using now are in the kind of the group 2, which has a very low, if any, risk of NSF. So I think that improvement has actually really helped us in many ways. Here's an interesting paper about looking at gadolinium retention, which was something that kind of made the news. The FDA got involved because in cadaver patients, there was found to be some gadolinium residual in the brain, and essentially looking at the risk and benefit ratio of utilization of MRI. And really what was found was that we have no evidence that gadolinium causes harm, and it doesn't happen all the time. And but this paper actually illustrates that there is definitely benefit in utilization of breast MRI and the use of gadolinium in these patients to detect breast cancers early, especially in the high-risk population. So interesting paper if you get a chance to read it. I also want to briefly talk about PET-CT because there are some interesting things happening with PET-CT. While it's not used as a screening tool, but it's actually used in patients who are diagnosed with breast cancer to look at metastatic disease. And there's been an interesting new agent that was FDA approved just this year that looks at actually can tag the estrogen receptor positive lesions and look for those lesions on the PET-CT. So it's not just FDG type agents, it's a new agent that is being more specific and directed towards kind of the tumor biology, which is actually really interesting. And I think we'll see more of that in the future. So, okay, so as I promised, I wanted to go over a case. So this is a patient that is 49, had a family history of breast cancer and 2 relatives, pancreatic cancer, and an aunt, as well as melanoma and a cousin. And this patient has, you can see their breast tissue is quite dense. And so that would be given a dense categorization on their mammogram report, which is always reported to the patient and their referring physician. At the time of that screening mammogram, we ran a risk calculator using Tyrer-Cuzick, and we got a 20%, or actually slightly over, lifetime risk of breast cancer. And we also saw that the patient was flagged for genetic counseling. So those are some important things that we wanted to include in our report. So in our imaging report recommendations, we indicated that the patient would be due for a screening mammogram in a year. She was a candidate for screening MRI, as well as a candidate for genetic counseling and risk evaluation. So here's the ever popular pedigree. So here we can see the patient and her family history of cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic, and melanoma. So she saw her genetic counselor, and it really gave the patient an opportunity to learn more about what was going on. A patient was tested and tested negative at the time, and this is back in 2013, and things have definitely improved in terms of panel testing and such. So this patient, during her genetic counseling visit, we found that her risk of breast cancer using Tyrer-Cuzick version 7 was 25%. So the patient was then recommended to have some additional imaging because she's still at elevated risk for breast cancer. So the recommendations for annual screening mammography as well as MRI was recommended in the genetic counseling report. So what happened was she didn't have the MRI, but this patient came back a year later for a palpable abnormality in the right breast. And when she came back, we did some additional views, including an ultrasound. And this really gave us the opportunity to talk to the patient again about getting a breast MRI. So we made that recommendation yet again, and eventually the patient did come in, and we found a lesion, very small, about 9 millimeters, in her left breast posteriorly, not something that could be palpated. And she was found to have a fibroadenoma with DCIS. So I think this case just highlights the goals of what an imaging center can do, especially as we are incorporating expertise of genetic counselors and using risk assessment to make these educated decisions about risk reduction strategies and image the patient in a comprehensive fashion that would be very beneficial for them. So I want to close out by just a few key points that breast cancer screening and risk assessment really go hand in hand, and that there is a need to increase patient access points for compliance and to provide education and resources. So here are my references, and I thank you so much for your time.
Dr. Barkey. We actually have a lot of questions, and I'm just going to ask one of them. Then if you wouldn't mind going into the chat afterwards and answering some of those questions, because they're really fascinating. But I'll ask one of the questions. Sure. For high-risk patients, how about what about instead of getting MRIs, getting ultrasounds every 6 months after an annual mammogram, and getting MRIs every few years only? Because I think there's been a lot of talk about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you saw, the sensitivity of mammography and ultrasound was much lower, and ultrasound alone is even lower than that when you compare that to adding the MRI. The Akron 666 paper by Wendy Berg, she has done a lot of investigation in terms of which modalities to use and how can they benefit each other, and what is the sensitivity and utility of that. We do have some patients that just refuse certain types of imaging. I always take that as an opportunity that, just like in that case I showed you, if the patient comes into our center, it's really an opportunity to educate them and alleviate some of their fears about maybe some of the other imaging modalities that they may have. And we can often get compliance once we really talk to them and take that time to educate.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I can't go through all the questions. And
Okay.
it was a great talk and fascinating. Thank you. And with that,
Thank you for having me.
Oh, our pleasure. Thank you. We'll go to the next talk. So if you can switch to the next talk so you can get your CME. Hi, I want to thank Dr. Janicek for joining us for a second time to give us a second talk. So I'm not going to go through his whole bio again, just a couple of things to refresh you. He is a GYN oncologist with Arizona Oncologists and has a tremendous expertise in cancer genetics, speaks for multiple pharmaceutical companies and clinical laboratories. He is the medical director of the Cancer Genetic Risk Assessment Program. But one thing that I thought was fascinating in his bios is his hobbies. His deep personal hobbies include our planetary biologic evolution and geology, world and military history, astronomy, cosmology, and even trying in vain to understand the weirdness of quantum physics and reality. So maybe we'll have some questions about that. Thank you, Mike, and you're on.
All right, it's an honor to kind of be at the tail end of this conference. I've dialed in on some really excellent presentations. I'm humbled by that. I hope to not disappoint. I know all of your brains are pretty saturated by now. And I'm going to take advantage of that because today's talk is really going to shock, I hope, some of your thinking about risk reduction counseling that you're doing. So I always ask to talk about hereditary breast ovarian cancer risk reduction. But I'm going to kind of steal the agenda and focus a lot mostly on this hormone and cancer controversy, which is actually another hobby of mine, a fascinating topic. That's about 18-year-old story that's never really been told clearly. So I'm going to hijack this today, and I'm going to hope by the end of today that you all are going to look like that upper right-hand corner and be pulling your hair out, because presenting this talk and preparing for it has really given me another headache, but it's a really good story to tell. So when I'm going to overview risk reduction for hereditary breast ovarian cancer, and for breast, we're going to touch on chemoprevention and hormones and anti-hormones, but not in great detail. I'm not going to talk about breast surgery and risk reduction surgery. That really is a topic for breast surgeons and reconstructive surgeons for another day. I'm going to touch on indirect surgery such as oophorectomy and its protective effects, because that is an important part of counseling. Do you take the tubes and ovaries? What about the hysterectomy? I'm going to really focus on that towards the end. And also for ovarian cancer, there is chemoprevention for ovarian cancer. We don't talk a lot about it. And like I said before, the surgical aspects of counseling. Not that you as genetic counselors would do detailed counseling, but patients are going to ask you, If they're needing risk reduction surgery, they're going to ask you some questions, and it is part of your counseling. So I think familiarity with this topic is very beneficial to you. I do a lot of this, and every time I get a BRCA 1 or 2 patient, I say, I got this, this is easy. And I never spend less than 45 minutes with the patient. It is very difficult, and it hurts my brain to go through it, because the patients walk in the door with a lot of preconceptions about hormones and cancer that you actually have to work on and understand yourself. So I'm going to try to make this an effective, practical, and strongly evidence-based counseling, not my personal opinion, not my crazy theories, strong evidence-based data I'm going to present today on what I think is really a tricky and sticky counseling session when it comes to these young women who want risk reduction surgeries. You're talking about removing their ovaries, and they want to know what that means for them in terms of their quality of life and risk reduction. So I'm going to talk about hormone replacement and breast cancer risks, and then the surgical aspects, and that's why I titled it The Panoply of Paradoxes and Pitfalls, because I like alliteration. So just to put this in perspective, when we talk about hormones and cancer, there's a lot of myths that we need to dispel. There's a yin and yang of hormones that you're going to repeatedly see throughout this talk. And then for risk reduction, the key questions I'll focus on are why, when, and what, and all these what ifs. So just to give you, many young kids out there, historical perspective, before the turn of the century, doctors like myself and old timers, we were prescribing hormones to women like it was a fountain of youth. I mean, every woman got hormone replacement after every surgery, no questions asked. It was just standard of care. It wasn't until the Hirsch intervention trial in 2001 in women that had cardiac disease. Back then, the presumption was hormones benefit heart disease. And it was disappointing in that study that hormone replacement therapy did not improve outcomes in women with existing coronary artery disease. In fact, it worsened it. So that was the first shock in our understanding of hormones. And then the Harvard Nurses Health Study, which is a cohort study in 3 parts over the years and decades. That is a large study, and it looked at women. It's a cohort study, so it's not randomized or anything, but it's still an important and widely quoted study that looked and demonstrated that oral contraceptives strongly reduce the risk of ovarian cancer. We rarely talk about women at risk for ovarian cancer, how effective oral contraceptives are. Cuts the risk by over 50%, even with a few years of use. But we don't advertise it because the public perception and most women taking hormones are always worried about hormones and cancer. They did not show an increased risk of breast cancer. And if there was an increased risk, it was not statistically significant. So that is something very important for young women in general to counsel about OCPs and breast cancer risks. And certainly there is a demonstrated ovarian cancer risk. And that's predominantly due to the progestins in OCPs. And in fact, the chickens you eat are fed progesterone, and because 40% of chickens by the age of 2 get ovarian cancer. So it's been well known in the scientific community that progestins reduce the risk of breast cancer. The other concerning thing from the Harvard Nurses Health Study was that postmenopausal estrogen plus progesterone increased the risk of breast cancer. So that's where the concern always was about hormones and breast cancer. So what I'm going to try to dispel in a very emphatic way is the public and common medical myth. And a lot of practitioners and even medical students and residents and fellows and physicians and oncologists, their presumption is estrogens cause breast cancer. And if you don't believe me, believe Dr. Rhonda. You can go on her website, and her menopause myth number 1 is that estrogen causes breast cancer. So you can look it up yourself if you don't believe me. There's always that reference, but I'm going to try to make that point in another way. And so to overview the common medical and public myths, and I say medical because a lot of practitioners have those same public misperceptions that estrogen causes breast cancer. And I won't have much time to talk about it. There's a parallel story with testosterone and prostate cancer, that there is no strong evidence that testosterone causes breast cancer. And I know what I'm telling you seems counterintuitive, but just bear with me. I'm going to make my point and tell the story. The other myth that's out there is that taking hormones after risk reduction surgery or menopause will increase the risk of breast cancer and maybe even the risk of death from breast cancer. And most importantly, for our genetic counseling community, women that have BRCA mutations or other high-risk gene alterations, they're going to think, because I have a BRCA mutation, I'm at increased risk for breast cancer. So if I took hormones after risk reduction surgery, that's crazy, even riskier. Why would I ever want to do that? And so you're going to face that. I certainly face it with essentially every one of my patients that walks in the door. That's sort of the mindset coming in the door that I have to work on if I want to properly educate the patients about the data that's really out there. And then finally, there's always that perception that taking out the uterus will cause prolapse and bladder leak and other problems. So I'll touch on that a little bit as well, because I think all of you get that question as well when you're doing risk reduction counseling. So some of what I'm going to tell you is going to feel like Ripley's Believe It or Not. I know I'm sticking my neck out here, like in the lower right, in many ways, but I'm going to show you evidence-based medicine. And maybe you're thinking I'm lying through my fat lips, but do your own fact checking. I have all the references on the slides. I'm going to present you solid evidence to maybe shake up some of your beliefs and perceptions about hormones and cancer, and kind of get an interesting appreciation for this yin and yang of hormones like estrogen and tamoxifen and progesterone, that it's really a complex story that's hard to sort of simplify. It's a very nuanced story. So I think the main reason medical practitioners just make it so easy to believe that hormones cause cancer is because we use anti-hormones to treat breast cancer and prostate cancer, right? We use tamoxifen, which is an estrogen receptor blocker, to treat breast cancer. We use aromatase inhibitors, GnRH channel agonists. We use these to treat breast and prostate cancers, which are known to be hormonally responsive, right? I mean, that's well accepted. So we use tamoxifen alternating with progesterone to treat endometrial cancer, and even ovarian cancers are occasionally treated with anti-hormones. So even the oncology community walks around sort of with this perception that anti-hormones are good, ergo, hormones must obviously also contribute and be the cause of these cancers, right? I mean, it's just common sense. But the reality is that, you know, it is true that indisputably estrogen does cause endometrial cancer, but so does tamoxifen, which is an anti-estrogen. So how does an anti-estrogen cause cancer in the uterus but not the breast? That's kind of weird. Progesterone clearly reduces risk of endometrial cancer. You have to give a woman with the uterus progesterone if you're going to give them estrogen. Otherwise, you will contribute to an endometrial cancer risk. So progesterone is an anti-cancer agent for the uterus, but I will show you that it does increase the risk of breast cancer. So I'm not saying that hormones don't cause cancer. I'm saying you better pay attention to what hormones you're talking about. And you should never make the generalization about hormones causing cancer. That's sort of for the general public that you need to dispel. But as professionals, if you're going to talk about it, you need to know the differences between, because they're not all the same, and you actually have to know what part of the body you're talking about. And I'm going to make the statement that estrogen reduces the incidence and mortality of breast cancer. And that's kind of like, for those of you of my generation, of different strokes, what you talk about, Willis? I mean, that's a what you talking about, Willis moment for a lot of us. Like, what is this guy saying? Estrogen reduces the incidence and mortality of breast cancer? That goes against everything we've been taught and understand. Keep in mind, just to use a side analogy, pregnancy, which is characterized by high levels, and I can speak from personal experience, high levels of toxic hormones and thermal dysregulation, very, very toxic state of high hormones. Despite all the bad things about it, it reduces the risk of breast, ovarian, and endometrial cancer. So high levels of hormones in the state of pregnancy somehow lower risk across the board of these cancers, and that's indisputable. The epidemiologic evidence is very strong for that. So what I'm saying is this interplay between hormones and cancer is obviously very complex. You know, why is pregnancy, why does that lower breast cancer risk, but estrogen, progesterone maybe increases the risk? And why am I saying estrogen reduces the risk? And why am I saying progesterone increases risk? So that's what creates this sort of confusion in our heads about hormones and cancer, which is understandable. To give you a little bit of perspective on this, old timers like me like to go into history. Dating back to 1922, Schroeder was the first guy that really put out that hormones may cause cancer. And in his landmark paper, Granulozytelltumor des Ovaris mit Granulozytischer Hypoplasie des Endometriums und beginnendem Karzinom auf diesem Boden, classic paper that you all should have read, 1922, women with granulosa cell tumors that produce high levels of estrogen had high rates of endometrial cancer. So way back then, it was known that hormones can cause cancer. So that's been around for over a century, that concept. 1942, Premarin was on the market. This was the #1 prescribed medicine at one time. Pregnant mare urine is what Premarin stands for. Basically, horse piss hormones. We never really told women that, but that's what Premarin stands for, pregnant mare urine. That was the most widely used estrogen replacement for many, many years, conjugated estrogens from pregnant horse urine. And back in the days, in the 50s and 60s, this drug was so popular, they just gave it to all women unopposed, a fountain of youth, And we actually saw rates of endometrial cancer almost double in that time period until we figured out, wait a minute, Schroeder was right back in 22. Too much estrogen is a bad thing for the uterus. So fast forward back then to 2002, when the landmark study, I'm going to focus on the Women's Health Initiative, which was in women who took estrogen plus progesterone for postmenopausal hormone replacement therapy. When that study came out, it shocked the medical community, and it permanently changed this country's perception and worldwide the perception of hormones and their risks, and it really shattered the paradigm. And the message back then was hormones are bad and cause cancer, and that message is stuck strongly with us to this day, I will argue. No one paid much attention to the second part of the Women's Health Study in 2004 in hysterectomized women that only took estrogen. One of the largest of its kind, the study was randomized, placebo-controlled, over 10,000 women, and that's a study that first showed estrogen reduced the risk of breast cancer by 23%. Didn't get a lot of publicity then because that was hard to explain, right? We all think, wait a minute, hormones cause cancer. How can you say it reduces the risk? And look at the impact the Women's Health Study had in 2002. This is prescriptions of Premarin. Remember, the #1 prescribed drug. The dark blue is the Premarin use, and the pink is the Premarin plus Provera, estrogen plus progesterone. So gradually, the medical community was starting to use less and less unopposed estrogen, as they should, and more estrogen plus progesterone to prevent endometrial cancer. And then when the Women's Health Study came out, boom, they both plummeted dramatically, even though the Women's Health Study that came out in 2002 was just on estrogen plus progesterone. But the message was, well, hormones cause cancer, so even women taking estrogen only stop taking it. And it's estimated that the number of prescriptions prescribed was dropped by over 20 million prescriptions. I mean, it had a huge impact, both on the media and the public, and patients calling our offices saying, oh my God, you've been prescribing me hormones all these years, it's causing all these terrible problems. So this study itself was a landmark paper that really shook everything up. And the message today is that the estrogen and the estrogen plus progesterone were lumped together in one bad message. And you really have to separate the messages if you really want to understand the evidence. So this is the original paper, the citation in JAMA, July 2002. This is basically the 9/11 for hormones, a year after the true 9/11. This is what ended the paradigm of giving hormones as a fountain of youth, and it's all good, because in this study that was designed to look at coronary artery disease, and a secondary endpoint was breast cancer risk. These are the actual plots from the study, and the little red and green arrows are heart disease was up, but it wasn't statistically significant, but they were expecting it to be down. Remember, I said the Hirsch study showed in women with cardiac disease, hormones may have worsened. These are generally healthy women. Hormones, estrogen plus progesterone, didn't benefit heart disease. We saw some more strokes, not statistically significant. More pulmonary emboli, that was statistically significant. But the breast cancer risk, interestingly, the first 3 years dipped, the green arrow, and then it went up afterwards. And that was not statistically significant, but certainly the later trend was for more breast cancer. So the message was, hormones cause breast cancer. Interestingly, colon cancer was reduced, and that was statistically significant, unlike the breast cancer risk, but that wasn't much of a story. Endometrial cancer with estrogen plus progesterone was also reduced. It wasn't part of the story. And of course, hip fractures, which can also kill women, was reduced. So there was a good side and a bad side, but the bad side dominated the media in the story. So if you look at the aggregate events and expressed in risks, absolute excess risk per 10,000 women years attributable to the estrogen plus progesterone, they saw 7 more cardiac events, 8 more strokes, 8 more PEs, 8 more invasive breast cancers, but 6 fewer colons, 3 fewer endometrials, 5 fewer hip fractures. So I'm not trying to make an equivalency here, but you had 8 more breast cancers, but statistically significant 6 fewer colon cancers, but that never made the news. That's what I always thought that was interesting. And then again, these are the plots again, interesting for the breast cancer risk. There was a slightly decrease in 3 years, and then it went up. Overall death rates were not changed, if slightly less with the hormone users. So again, there's incidence and there's mortality to also keep in mind. So the story wasn't that more people were dying because they were taking hormones. They just weren't seeing the cardiac benefit, and we were seeing a concerning trend for breast cancer risk that was not statistically significant, but it certainly was worth paying attention to, because that was the endpoint of the studies, to make sure hormones didn't increase the risk of breast cancer. So in terms of looking at the 16,000 women in the study over 7 years, there were a net of 17 cancers, but 0.08% per year for breast cancer. Memorize that number. That's what I use when I counsel women who want to keep their uterus and take estrogen plus progesterone. And they ask me, well, what's my increased risk of breast cancer? I say it's 0.08% per year. This is the best evidence, randomized placebo-controlled study, the best of its kind. You know, there's a lot of data out there on cohort and retrospective and questionnaire studies, but this is the best evidence you can quote from a randomized study of what a woman's risk is, 0.08% per year for breast cancer with estrogen plus progesterone. When you factor in the fewer colon and endometrials, if you ask about overall cancers, the risk is only 0.015% per year. But if you're just talking about breast, it's 0.08% per year. So whether that's shocking or not, you know, I'll let you, you know, determine that. But usually patients aren't too shocked when you quote those kind of statistics, because we're not talking about a massive number of women for the individual risk. Maybe multiplied over, you know, tens and hundreds of thousands of women, it may have a you know, increased risk, but for the actual individual, the risk may be quite low. So now let's move on to the second part of the story that came in 2004. These are women that were hysterectomized and took estrogen only. They don't need to take the progesterone, right? So if you look at the same women's health study, the second part of it, in those cohort of women's, the coronary heart disease was not worsened or less, not significant, but it certainly wasn't benefited. Slight hazard rate reduction, but not statistically significant. So again, disappointing. We were thinking that hormones and estrogen would improve heart disease. Stroke was up, and that was statistically significant. Pulmonary embolism, not statistically significant. There was a slight uptick. But look at the breast cancer curve below. 23% lower risk. It did cross 1.01, the confidence interval, so it just missed statistical significance, but so did it in the first part for the breast cancer increased risk. In this story, the decreased risk was not statistically significant. So maybe that's why it didn't make headlines. But there was a trend, if you look at the blue curve in the estrogen users, clearly lower trend of invasive breast cancers, randomized placebo-controlled. Colorectal cancer in this part, what didn't show the decreased risk, but hip fractures there was. So when you, I just want to emphasize for your counseling, to getting back to why I'm talking about this, I think the question of hysterectomy really factors into this, because it makes all the difference whether a woman would take, if they want to take hormone replacement therapy, it makes all the difference between estrogen or estrogen plus progesterone, because you have to take progesterone if you keep the uterus. So that factors into our counseling. And that's why I'm harping on this data and giving you guys the best evidence out there. There'll never be another study this big, randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled. So this is the best evidence I can provide for you. So that's why it's important to understand this data set. So when you compare the two studies and you look at the net cancers that I showed you, the minus the uterus and not taking the progestins, you go from 7 more cardiac events to 9 less. You still have more strokes regardless of the hormones used. You still have more DVTs, not statistically significant except for the strokes. But instead of having 8 more invasive breast cancers if you take progesterone, you have 7 less invasive breast cancers, estrogen only. No decrease in colorectal cancer. So what I'm trying to say is, in these studies where the primary outcomes were heart disease and the rate of invasive breast cancers, the estrogen alone was actually the good news part for the breast cancer, and that story never got told. Well, the first study in 2002, Time magazine was all over the place, and the truth about hormones, and that's what shocked the medical community, even though it wasn't statistically significant. In 2004, Time magazine, you know, this Feeling the Heat was not about hot flashes and hormone replacement therapy. They didn't even address that second study. So again, let's discuss this. I really quote a 23% lower risk of breast cancer with estrogen use. Well, it wasn't statistically significant, right? So let's just dispel that. Well, it turns out the same investigators, Chablowski and others, 18 years later, did a follow-up of that whole data set. I mean, look at this, 22 years since randomization, 98% follow-up of a randomized double-blinded placebo-controlled study. And this is the story, folks. This is it. Compared to placebo and not taking any hormones, women that have a uterus and take Prem and Provera really do have an increased risk of breast cancer. It's 28% higher, statistically significant this time, okay? And the Premarin users, the women who have had a hysterectomy and don't need to take progesterone, they had a statistically significant 22% lower risk of breast cancer. Okay, so you can quote these numbers. So there's a huge difference between the uterus and whether you take progesterone or not. And that is critical when you're counseling these women about removing their female parts. The same data set expressed a different way. This is a cool plot that shows the stratified risk and the p-values between Premarin and Provera and the women who take Premarin only. So the incidence with Premarin and Provera, you can see the yellow curve to the left, the first 3 years was actually lower, but then the rest of the time it was an increased risk, and that was statistically significant. Interestingly, mortality from breast cancer did not reach statistical significance in the estrogen plus progesterone users. So they definitely had an increased risk, but no demonstration of increased breast cancer mortality. On the other hand, the estrogen-only users had not only significantly decreased incidence, but also statistically significant decrease in mortality by 44%. So it's not just incidence, it's also mortality is reduced. So you have to ask yourself, why would we not even tell a woman or educate them that if they have a hysterectomy and you give them estrogen, they'll have a lower incidence of breast cancer and lower mortality rate from breast cancer? Why? We say that for tamoxifen, and tamoxifen has never been shown to reduce mortality for breast cancer, just the incidence. So you could even be crazy and argue estrogen is a better chemopreventive agent than tamoxifen. How crazy is that? How can you say that the accepted drug tamoxifen anti-estrogen is inferior to estrogen for breast cancer incidence and mortality reduction? You could technically say that. It's difficult to say because it sounds crazy and people might put you in the loony bin, but that's what the data points to, folks. This is not stuff I'm making up. But it doesn't matter what I say. The impact in 2002 was profound. As soon as that first study came out, forget about the second, hormone prescriptions dropped precipitously in 2002 to this day. And that idea that hormones cause cancer just never got out of people's minds. And I already showed you this slide that showed that even the estrogen alone dropped before the 2004 study even came out. If you look at the curve down there, if you can read the numbers, it dropped right away from the publication of the first study before the second study came out. And it didn't matter. Even in 2004, when the second study came out, it continued to drop. So the message got out through the media and the public, and the phones were ringing off the hook. With the 2002 study, hormones cause cancer, stop hormones. Nobody ever stopped to ask, well, let's see what the estrogen-only study showed. It's pretty much ignored by the media, the public, and the medical community. Okay, even though there was the same powerful studies, both randomized, placebo-controlled. And my argument is that I see every day when I counsel women the lasting impact of that 9/11 for hormones, the first study. And then we saw some slides from the prior talks on breast cancer. These are the epidemiologic SEER data. The incidence of breast cancer almost immediately dropped in 2002, right? So that's a good thing, right? Women stopped taking hormones. We saw breast incidence go down as soon as that study came out. It was amazing. But there, you got to really look behind what that really means. If you look carefully at regional and metastatic spread, there was actually a decline in regional and a 27% relative increased risk in metastatic breast cancer, while the overall incidence did drop. And for anyone that understands, and the other thing I want to point out here is the New England Journal in 2007, this is 3 years after the second study, they literally quote in their paper, New England Journal of Medicine, the decreased breast cancer incidence began in mid-2002 and occurred shortly, and it's actually immediately after the highly publicized series of reports from the Women's Health Initiative. And they said, which reported a significant increased risk in coronary heart disease and breast cancer associated with the use of estrogen plus progesterone. And then by the end of 2002, prescriptions dropped by 38% or 20 million fewer prescriptions. Well, they're wrong. It wasn't significant at a statistical level. The New England Journal says significant increased risk, but when can a prestigious journal like that claim something is significant when it wasn't statistically significant? That's almost unethical, but that sticks. And that's why the medical community, I mean, you're reading New England Journal of Medicine, right? Significant increased risk, that's going to stick in your head. Are you going to go back to the paper and look at the confidence interval and the p-values? And remember, the long-term follow-up studies, that is true, estrogen plus progesterone did increase the risk of breast cancer, but not the estrogen only. So even prestigious medical journals will state the truth. And we saw the excellent presentation on breast cancer detection. I won't belabor that. But if you think about it, breast cancer takes 5 to 10 years to develop. So how can there be an immediately drop in breast cancer the minute you stop taking estrogen? The cancer doesn't disappear. There's a long latency from pre-malignant changes to a detectable lesion by mammography or MRI. So if you really think about it from a scientific point of view, what we're altering is the detection and biology of the disease. Maybe you're not suddenly preventing breast cancer from happening, because it would take a long time to see the incidence truly drop. So the immediate drop in the incidence, and we saw Dr. Barkey presented the impact of mammography on breast cancer incidence back in the 80s to 90s. There's a 30% increase in detection of breast cancer through screening, but also decreased mortality, as she showed you. And now in 2002, with the Women's Health Study, we saw that drop in the baseline down. And I question whether that's reduction in detection of breast cancer, ER-positive tumors. And if you look at the bottom, metastatic breast cancer, there's a slight upward blip. So are you really preventing breast cancers, or are you preventing its detection by the mass public stopping their hormone replacement therapy? So that's an interesting question to ask. Also, as a little side note, endometrial cancer rates went up after 2002. Why is that? Well, we know estrogen plus progesterone may actually slightly decrease the risk of a very prevalent cancer. So there may be a hidden downside to all these women stopping their estrogen plus progesterone, and that's why there was an uptick in endometrial cancer after 2002. So there's a little side story to all that. So anyway, I think I've hammered the point about the 2 Women's Health Study, that if you want to quote the data, the best of its kind that's out there, no one can challenge any better data set than that. You can bring up retrospective and cohort studies all across the world, but these are randomized placebo-controlled studies. Do your own fact checking, but the key thing is estrogen alone does not cause breast cancer. Throw in the progesterone. Yes, it increases incidence, but not mortality. But estrogen decreases incidence and decreases mortality. 23%, 44% reduction in incidence and mortality for estrogen alone. Now let's get you back on track with us in the genetic counseling community. Let's talk about the high-risk patients, right? Okay, forget about the healthy women hormone replacement therapy. I think that background history is very important. What about our BRCA patients, BRCA mutations, and taking hormones after risk reduction surgery? They're already at increased risk. They believe hormones, increase the risk of cancer. Why would you ever counsel them about surgery and keeping their quality of life intact with hormone replacement therapy? Isn't that crazy? So I'm going to focus on that now, as I promised. And I've already mentioned to you the counterintuition of both medical and the lay people of, everyone tells me I need to be on tamoxifen or aromatase inhibitors. Now you're telling me it's okay to take estrogen if I have my ovaries out? You're crazy. So that's the backdrop. And I'm going to focus on our high-risk patients now. And I've already said that the fact that we used anti-estrogens to treat breast cancer is part of the paradox. But paradoxically, even more, to make your head spin, remember, by the end of this talk, I want all of you pulling your hair out, is that before, in the 1970s, the #1 treatment for metastatic breast cancer was high-dose estrogens. The response rates were 50%, and modern studies confirm this. You can look up articles from 2017 and the use of high-dose estrogens for the treatment of breast cancer. How crazy is that? You can actually find studies on prostate cancer, high-dose testosterone. So that's where it's like so paradoxical. How can estrogen cause cancer, prevent it, lower mortality, and be used to treat breast cancer all at the same time? It really makes your head spin. But that's the data, folks, that paradoxically, you can actually use high-dose estrogens to treat breast cancer. And if I had more time, we can go into the theories of that, how it produces a less aggressive population, more hormone-dependent, whereas the hormone deprivation generally by selection creates a more aggressive type of cancer that figures out internal ways to bypass the estrogen receptor or testosterone receptors and grow on its own. So there may be something about feeding the cancer that keeps a population of less malignant cells around and kind of crowding out the more aggressive cells. So I mean, that's it, in simplistic terms how I understand it in my head, but I ask anyone out there to come up with a better theory for this really counterintuitive and contradictory data about how estrogens reduce incidence of breast cancer, anti-estrogens reduce, and estrogens can be used to treat the same cancer. Just really paradoxical. And so if it's confusing for us and people like me who read all the literature, Imagine your poor patients who, try to explain it to them in an hour session. It's very difficult. Let me tell you from personal experience. And I wish I could have time to tell the story about the testosterone and prostate cancer parallels going on there. So let's talk about prophylactic oophorectomy in your counseling and ask two key questions. Number one, does risk reduction, salpingo-oophorectomy, reduce the risk of breast cancer risk? That's important when you're counseling women with hereditary breast ovarian cancer syndrome. Is there another benefit to taking out the ovaries to the breast? And for the young woman that wants quality of life and is married and sexually active and doesn't want hot flashes and vaginal dryness, does taking hormone replacement therapy in the high-risk patients negate? I've already told you for the Women's Health Study that it doesn't in the regular population, but what about the high-risk population? So in other words, is the same women's health story true for our high-risk patients? Everything I've told you up to now, does that translate to your high-risk patients who are even more worried about breast cancer and are on pins and needles about it? And again, I emphasize the paradox of tamoxifen, which is a SERM. It's an agonist and antagonist. I've already told you it actually quadruples the risk of uterine cancer in women taking it for breast. But so it has completely 180 opposite effects in the breast as it does in the uterus. So in our high-risk patients, we knew way before the Women's Health Study in the last century, in 1998, in our BRCA patients, we already had data that OCPs, as I told you earlier, significantly reduce the risk of ovarian cancer in even our BRCA patients, not just the general population. 50% reduction. That's pretty significant chemo prevention for ovarian cancer, which is a very deadly disease, can't screen for it. So not a bad thing to consider. But of course, these women are also at increased risk for breast cancer. So you don't want to give them OCPs. They're going to jack up the rates of breast cancer. Remember, that's never been shown in these studies. What's clearly been shown is ovarian cancer risk is reduced. 6 years of use was 60% reduction, but no impact on breast cancer risk. And these are reputable people, New England Journal of Medicine, even though I have my critiques of them sometimes. NAROD has been publishing for years on this. And so that was known well before the Women's Health Study, that in our high-risk patients, hormones aren't automatically bad or dangerous, at least birth control pills. So what about risk reduction surgery? 4 years later, right around the time of the Women's Health Study, remember the 9/11 for hormones, we knew that in BRCA women, in a cohort of 551 women that had risk reduction surgery, breast cancer risk reduction was 53% from having the ovaries removed. I mean, we've known that for a long, long time. And most importantly, use of hormone replacement therapy did not negate the reduction in breast cancer risk after surgery. This is from 1998. So for our high-risk patients, this story's been out there, folks, for a long time. But the 9/11 for hormones really eclipsed that, and the patients walking in the door for high-risk counseling are still going to think hormones increases the risk of breast cancer. If you take their ovaries out and they take hormone replacement therapy for quality of life, it's the number one question that dominates my counseling sessions. You have to have the confidence to tell them the data does not support an increased risk of them getting breast cancer. You have to have the confidence. And if you don't, you're not reading the literature that dates back to the last century, and you're not really understanding this. So you owe it to yourselves to embrace this difficult topic. And even if you think I'm crazy, I've got all the references in this talk, and study that, because you have to have the confidence to quote these papers. And I often print out these papers for the patients if they don't believe me, because remember, they walk in the door thinking the exact opposite of what you may have the guts to tell them. And this is really important because quality of life is important. It's not all about just preventing cancers. These women that are 40 years old and want risk reduction surgery, you want to maintain their quality of life. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and just sort of preview sort of over the years. A couple years later, in 2005, another story came out that short-term hormone replacement therapy does not negate the protective effect of oophorectomy on subsequent breast cancer risk. And this includes estrogen plus progesterone, by the way. Reputable authors, Rebeck and Henry Lynch, and this is an all-star list of people in the field that have published on this in the PRO study group. So even back in 2005, this concept was reinforced for our patients. And another 3 years later, NAROD and Eisen and a couple others again published for postmenopausal women with BRCA1 mutations. And I read you, hormone therapy use was not associated with increased risk of breast cancer. Indeed, in this population, it was associated with a decreased risk. Hazard ratio 0.51. Okay, significant. Now, estrogen plus progesterone, interestingly, the p-value was not significant. So it was a risk reduction, but it crossed the confidence interval of 1. So it didn't show worse like the women's health study did, but it's not significant. But the estrogen clearly was reduction in breast cancer risk in our BRCA patients taking estrogen. So that part of the story clearly translated from the women's health part 2 to our BRCA patients. And it didn't matter in this study whether it was a surgical menopause or natural, there was not an increased risk. So starting to sound familiar. Now, 2012, oophorectomy reduces breast cancer risk. Again, reinforces this concept that you should be able to counsel patients with great confidence that there is a great side benefit to oophorectomy, not just ovarian cancer risk reduction, but breast cancer risk reduction. And what I thought was interesting in this study is that not only did it reduce risk in our premenopausal patient, right? Your risk reduction counseling is usually with younger premenopausal women, but I read you, there was a highly significant reduction in breast cancer risk among women who had an oophorectomy after natural menopause. And look at that odds ratio, 0.13. I mean, that's astounding. That's hard to understand even for me, because the postmenopausal ovaries, I always say, they don't produce a lot of hormones. Low levels is clear, but I find it fascinating that oophorectomy, even after menopause, has been shown to reduce the risk of breast cancer. And I don't even have time to show you all the data that women who are diagnosed with breast cancer, if you do an oophorectomy within a few weeks of surgery, great enhancement of their prognosis versus women who don't. So there's actually an argument for the breast surgeons that if they're treating a breast cancer, that oophorectomy, and this applies even to ER negative tumors, oophorectomy is highly beneficial to women for breast cancer risk. I cannot understate that data. That data is out there, and some of it I have, hard time believing this kind of odds ratio. It's only one study, but certainly no evidence that it increases the risk. That's my main point. You can argue with me about studies, but I challenge anyone out there to find me studies that are good quality, high quality in our high risk population, that after risk reduction surgery, hormones negate the benefit of oophorectomy. I think oophorectomy is undisputed evidence of benefit for both for the ovarian and the breast cancer risk profile. And I wish we were an open forum because I love arguments. So it'd be fun to mix it up with the audience, but unfortunately you're stuck just listening to me and I can't see your chats today. You're free to challenge me under chats and I'll try to get to them later. So again, now let's talk about the current times. You think I'm an old timer? I'm just quoting a bunch of old data. I'm taking you up to the current date. Again, hormonal therapy after risk reduction salpingopectomy, not associated with increased risk of malignancies. You can find that in the literature. And this is a very interesting, again, the data set from Narod and Lynch and those folks at JAMA Oncology in 2018. Breast cancer incidence and BRCA1 mutation carriers by hormone use, there's no difference whether they take hormones or not in subsequent breast cancer, okay? But if you split it out on the right by estrogen versus estrogen plus progesterone, the estrogen has a better curve and the progesterone slightly lesser curve. When you average the two together, the curves on the left merge, but if you sort out estrogen plus progesterone, again, the story is there. Estrogen alone has a better risk profile than estrogen plus progesterone, but in our high-risk patients, even estrogen plus progesterone isn't as bad, but I certainly, in my counseling, factor in my head, hey, if I were a woman of the BRCA1 mutation and I want risk reduction surgery and they're telling me to remove my tubes and ovaries, I'm gonna think about that uterus out if I want to take hormones, because then I only have to take estrogen. I mean, I think that's carries over from the women's health study and all the data I've shown you up to now. That is the story that I use in counseling. And I think it's something that those of you who do in-depth counseling on this topic should consider embracing, because I think it's in the interest of your patients to share that information with them and not just go along with the flow and say, yeah, you're right, take your ovaries out, just suck it up, take the hot flashes, vaginal dryness, osteoporosis. We don't want to take any increased chances and then move on to the next patient. I think if that's the way you approach it, I think you're doing your patients a disservice. So yes, it does take extra time. My staff groans every time I get a risk reduction counseling because they know I'm going to be in there minimum of 45 minutes, even if I'm an hour behind in my clinic, because that's how long it takes to go through what I've told you and change the patient's perception walking in the door that hormones will cause cancer and that they're banned from taking hormones after risk reduction surgery. And again, the uterus is standing in the way of that, in my opinion, between all these curves I've shown you, estrogen only versus estrogen plus progesterone. I have nothing against the uterus. And in fact, it's a handicap being a male in my counseling because a lot of patients look at me as, oh, you're a surgeon, you just want to take out more of my body parts. And there's always that bit of a suspicion I sense that I have an agenda for recommending hysterectomy. And we don't get paid that much more, but we do. But that's not the reason I emphatically counsel patients. And I don't push it on them. I have no problem with a woman saying, hey, I want to keep my uterus, whether they take hormones or not. But it's my job to share with them what I know. I can't unknow what I know. And I cannot not counsel the patients the way I'm expressing this to you. So I was inspired by listening in on Camille Fisher's talk when she was talking about estrogen increasing risk of breast cancer and the risk models. And one of my genetic counselors, I rehearsed this talk to my genetic counselors. They thought I was crazy. Well, they think I'm crazy anyway, probably more so after this talk. But so I started playing with the Tyrer-Cuzick model. How does that factor hormone replacement therapy inputs? Because one of my genetic counselors, Anna Schoen, asked me, well, what does Tyrer-Cuzick do with everything you just said? So I played with this. And so I take a hypothetical patient, a 40-year-old nulliparous woman, negative germline testing, which is a family history of breast and ovarian cancer that's somewhat concerning. She comes in for counseling, you test her, she's negative. Let's say it's non-informative negative, the family's deceased. She wants no children, she's done, and she wants risk reduction surgery. So I created a scenario to tweak up her Tyrer-Cuzick score by being nulliparous. And I learned that the input for premenopausal, perimenopausal, postmenopausal is actually more impactful than hormones. So if you ever play with that on your own models, and this I downloaded from the Tyrer-Cuzick site, so it's easy to just click different buttons and play with it. So for your 40-year-old woman that says, you know what, I want my ovaries out. I know I tested negative, but you told them it was non-informative negative. I watched my mother or my aunt die of breast cancer and my mother of ovarian cancer. I just want it all out. But what about the tubes and the ovaries and the uterus? So that's where the counseling. This is a typical patient that I see in a way, young, healthy. So if you click no hormone use in this scenario, you get a Tyrer-Cuzick of 18.2%, and it is increased over the population risk because she's nulliparous and has the family history. So that's no surprise to anyone. Now let's say hypothetically she has her full hysterectomy, tubes and ovaries, and takes estrogen only. Well, according to Tyrer-Cuzick, if you click on estrogen only and 10 years of intended use, it adds 14% more risk, and she buys an MRI because her Tyrer-Cuzick goes over 20%. So I thought that was interesting. So if you believed everything I told you before, that estrogen alone has never been shown to increase the risk of breast cancer, actually reduces the incidence and mortality, even in BRCA patients or not, the Tyrer-Cuzick goes against the grain of everything I just showed you. So in my opinion, it's a little bit of a flaw. And then if you go, let's say she says, well, I want to keep my uterus. I think you just want to take it to make more money and I don't trust you. I want to keep my uterus. Even though I don't want to have children, I just want to keep my uterus. And many women say that, and I don't really argue with them. I just give them the facts. Tyrer-Cuzick, if you input combined estrogen plus progesterone, which she has to do if she keeps the uterus, it jacks up the risk by 21% by just taking estrogen plus progesterone, and it buys an MRI. So I'm not arguing with this. The Tyrer-Cuzick actually gets it pretty close. Remember I said it was a 28% incidence or 29% increased risk from the updated women's health study. So this part the Tyrer-Cuzick got right, but this part where you go back to adding estrogen, I think they get wrong. And when I played with this, I just realized, what if this lady had an MSH6 mutation and family history of breast cancer, and you're doing risk reduction surgery, and you're counseling her about taking estrogen, but you can't get an MRI, for breast cancer screening. You could game the Tyrer-Cuzick, and all she has to say is she intends to use estrogen, estrogen only for 10 years, and her Tyrer-Cuzick would go up to 20.7%. So I thought it was interesting that you could actually game Tyrer-Cuzick by the intended length of use, which I never before knew was in there. And interestingly, Tyrer-Cuzick doesn't really ask about oophorectomy, and it asks, I could input age at menopause, which I presume is a surrogate for oophorectomy. And I welcome anyone that knows better, because my genetic counselors couldn't tell me for sure if they know, because they said there's different models where you can input oophorectomy, but in the pure Tyrer-Cuzick version 8, I could not find any place where you can input the surgical aspect of risk reduction. So the only way to account for that is by entering the age of menopause at 40 as a surrogate for oophorectomy. And again, if you play with the no information even will jack up your Tyrer-Cuzick. So it's the Tyrer-Cuzick is very sensitive to your input of menopausal status. So anyway, thank you, Camille, for inspiring me to add these slides, and Lori for letting me add those, because I learned something. I'm not a big risk model guy. There's too much uncertainty that I'm a surgeon. I like to cut things out. I like to be black and white. But I learned something from this analysis. So I wish we could have an open forum to discuss this. So anyway, kind of wrapping things up soon, I've kind of made my point about the difference between estrogen and estrogen plus progesterone. The uterus prevents you from taking estrogen only. The data is clear. Even in our high-risk patients, risk reduction for breast cancer with oophorectomy is profound, and taking hormones does not negate that. I think I've beaten that into your heads, your mushy brains already after a week of intensive presentations. So I apologize if I exploited your state of weakness and drilled that into your heads, your soft, mushy brains, but I hope it sticks there for a while. So now let's just talk briefly about timing of things, because I think it's an interesting question. And I also want to touch on what was briefly a very popular trend, an exciting trend, to just take the tubes and avoid the hormone question, right? We all know that most ovarian cancers, especially the BRCA-driven ones, the Fanconi anemia pathway ones, are probably originating from the fallopian tube. And there was a trend to just take the tubes, leave the ovaries, and you don't have to spend 45 minutes to an hour talking about hormones and cancer, right? I love that. The problem is just taking the tubes may not be safe. So the old theory of ovarian cancer, which is technically a misnomer, was that the cancer starts in early inclusion cysts, it grows on the ovary, sprinkles on the tube, and elsewhere metastatic disease. That's ovarian cancer. Well, folks, this theory is wrong, okay? Chris Crum at Harvard really elegantly demonstrated in a series of papers that theory is wrong. And so this tubal origin theory is what made salpingectomy only popular. So we just avoid the whole hormone question by keeping the ovaries. Never mind that you lose the breast risk reduction benefit by keeping the ovaries. But aside from that, this was an easy out for us. Remove the tubes. Every gynecologist can do it with every hysterectomy. Everybody was doing this. It's easy as pie. It takes literally 2 minutes to remove the fallopian tubes and you're done, right? You've prevented cancer. Well, the problem is, and at the SGO a few years ago, the MD Anderson folks, in collaboration with Netherlands, really started presenting data that removing the tubes is not that preventive, and they were still finding ovarian and peritoneal cancers after risk reduction salpingectomy. And they cautioned all of us to only do this in a clinical trial setting. So I don't think any of you should be out there telling patients, oh, you've got a BRCA mutation, just take your tubes out and you won't get ovarian cancer. I mean, if you do that, you're going to get burned a couple % of the time. And even though historically we've known even risk reduction salpingo-oophorectomy, removing both, we have always told patients there's a few percentage risk. That risk is maybe a few percentage points higher than we thought. So be careful when you try to be too reassuring to the patient, say, just take the tubes only. So you might ask, well, why is that true? Why, if it comes from the fallopian tube, why isn't removing the fallopian tube preventive? So here, folks, is the updated to the tubal theory from Crum's people. And this is really depressing slide. It's called the precursor escape theory. And they're now thinking that it's actually early serous proliferative lesions that are sprinkling off the fallopian tubes before they're cancer. It's called precursor escape. And that these pre-malignant cells are already out in the peritoneal cavity. And then at some point, they undergo malignant transformation, then sprinkle on everywhere, and that's your typical stage 3 ovarian cancer that we see day in and day out. So this is a really depressing theory because it basically says you get stage 3 ovarian cancer before it's even cancer. I'll say that again. I mean, imagine telling a patient you can get ovarian cancer even before it's cancer. And that's why all of the studies on ultrasounds and C125s are really a joke. They have never been shown to identify like breast cancer screening. You just can't screen for a disease that sends out precursors in advance before it even is cancerous. And all this does for me is when I counsel patients, maybe as soon as a young woman with a BRCA mutation is done having kids, and this is just my opinion, I don't have evidence to show you this, but I'm thinking, you know, for birth control and stuff, an IUD, maybe take your tubes out early, keep your uterus, keep your ovaries, and then maybe later remove the ovaries, because the current standard of care, folks, is, according to the SGO, even if you just do the tubes only, you're still supposed to have the oophorectomy at the completion of childbearing or later, or at age 35 or 40, depending on the mutation. So don't ever fall in the trap of just getting hung up on the outdated tubal theory. The precursor escape theory is even more depressing, as that. But again, it gets back to the question of don't rely just on the tubes out, and don't forget that removing the ovaries actually benefits the breast cancer risk, especially in women who are not opting for risk reduction mastectomy. It's especially important for them to consider that data. So I think we're kind of wrapping up things soon. I want to leave some time for discussion, possibly. The one thing on uterus is women presume they're going to prolapse and have everything drop out. I also remind you that women with a BRCA mutation have a slightly higher risk of serous endometrial cancer, so mention that to patients. But I think overriding all that is, if they want to take hormones, the overriding benefit to having a hysterectomy for safer and better hormone replacement therapy that reduces their incidence or mortality of breast cancer. Women who have prolapse are not from their hysterectomies, in my experience, but from having large babies that stretch out the pelvic floor muscles and collagen. So I wish I had more time to go into that, but that's something you'll get from patients. Well, if you take out my uterus, won't my bladder drop? I get that all the time. And the answer to that is no, it's not that. It's having big babies. And occasionally women that never had children will get prolapse, but certainly it's not a big risk factor versus the benefits of not having a uterus in the way if you don't need it for reproduction. To me, the uterus is a liability with respect to hormone replacement therapy. Again, sorry if I'm disparaging the uterus. I don't want to be politically incorrect here, but in many ways it is a liability for the welfare of your patients long term. Not that easy to convince patients, especially if you're a male, but that's the truth. And this is what I'm telling you today is not really anything radically different than I've been doing since 2002. This is our official policy at the Virginia Piper Center. We mentioned a long time ago, the benefits of concurrent hysterectomy should be considered in our risk reduction counseling. It removes the interstitial segment of the fallopian tube, which was thought to be at risk. It eliminates endometrial cancer risk, especially if tamoxifen is prescribed. Remember, tamoxifen causes endometrial cancer, even though it prevents it for breast. If they've had a history of abnormal paps, cervical cancer risk out the door. They don't have to worry about bleeding if they take estrogen plus progesterone. And it simplifies hormone replacement therapy. As we said from the Women's Health Study, you have a safer profile if you take estrogen alone versus having to take estrogen plus progesterone. So what I'm telling you today, as crazy as it may sound to you, I've been saying since we instituted this policy back in 2002. So I'm not really changing my views. I'm just I've reviewed all the data. I've gotten a headache from preparing this talk. So I hope I gave all of you the sympathy headaches, because it is a confusing topic, I admit. But I've given you the data, so hopefully all of you kind of look like this right now and are flaming up the chat sites with derogatory comments. I'm ready to answer them. Or some of you may just be screaming silently in your heads about, what did this guy just do to my brain? So yeah, I've enjoyed this. I always enjoy talking about it. I do have a slight headache now, so it's all good. It's been fun. So I think I'm within 56 seconds of ending my talk, so good timing. And I'll take some quick questions now. I hope I didn't put anyone to sleep.
No, it's interesting. In the chat, there's comments like fascinating, interesting, that kind of comments. And there's several comments on we would like to have articles you particularly find helpful when counseling patients.
Well, in my slide set, I have all the key references, not only the non-BRCA patients, but also the series of data over the years. So they're all in my slide set. I think should be available. All the references are in there. So I encourage you to.
If you click files, you can download all the slides, and the references are in a lot of the slides, as I noticed. So I think that'd be helpful. There's one
question. The
question.
Women's Health Study is the most important one. The second one from 2004 that shatters the concept that estrogens cause breast cancer. And then any one of the recent articles that support that in the BRCA patients, taking hormones does not increase risk. Those are really 2 articles is all you need to send a patient out the door with if they don't believe you that it's okay to take estrogen replacement therapy. I mean, you do have to tell them if they keep the uterus and they take progesterone. But the fascinating thing, again, is in the BRCA data set so far, they haven't shown the increased breast cancer risk even with progesterone. So, but there may be, if they had larger data sets, they might find it. But I still think estrogen is clearly better than estrogen plus progesterone in that group. So 2 or 3 references is all you need to give to your patients who think you're insane like I am. So my patients probably think I'm crazy when I tell them this. It's not what their other doctors they learned from the media.
I have a question here. Do we know if length of time someone may take estrogen has any impact on risk? Is short duration safer, or is that another myth?
Excellent question. I mean, the Women's Health Study, they used it at an average of 6 years. So there is some data in the observational cohort studies that long-term use, 10 years is sort of thought to be safe. Beyond that is questionable. So in the Women's Health data set, the women did not use it for average of 6 years. Most women don't need to, if a 40-year-old woman doesn't need to take it for 20 years necessarily just to get them through their natural menopause. So there is data on that. There is some debate about whether the risk goes down. So for the quoted risk, increased risk in the Women's Health Study, the risk didn't go down in other studies that did. So that to me is another whole confusing data set about the length of use and whether cessation of hormones returns your risk to baseline. But again, it's the ever users of birth control pills, the ever users of hormones, they have a long-term benefit. I mean, look at the Women's Health, the data set. So even 6 years of use conferred a benefit. But, there's a few women that are in their 70s that say, if you don't give me hormones, I'm going to go to Mexico and get them. I mean, some women need their hormones for their well-being. And so just like some people skydive and do crazy things, I mean, women are allowed to take risks. So I'm not one that says, there's data that taking hormones for 20 years is effective. But certainly for what's reasonable, moderate term use, up to 10 years, I think that's, from everything I've seen, is safe. There's not a lot of data on really long-term use. So good, very good question, but that's even another talk, going through all that data set on ever users, current users, past users. So very good question.
There's a couple
Someone can
questions
give me
about
a talk
estrogen.
next year.
Is estrogen cream safe for vaginal dryness? What cream do you use? And do you use it for women without uterus?
Vaginal creams are safe. There were even allowed in the STAR trials and some of the breast cancer trials allowed vaginal estrogen use. It's always the default for the patient who just doesn't believe that it's safe to take orally. It certainly works locally for urogenital symptoms. So I'm a strong believer in vaginal estrogen. I think if you have a uterus, you should still periodically take progesterone to make sure you're not getting a slow accumulation. But yeah, we use a lot of vaginal estrogen. There's actually some vaginal SERMs, like tamoxifen-like drugs that will help the vagina but won't stimulate the uterus. And interestingly, I forgot to mention a slide, Angelina Jolie reportedly has a progesterone IUD. I don't know if she takes estrogen or not, but I always assumed she had a hysterectomy, but I read somewhere that she has a progesterone IUD, which, just like vaginal estrogen, gives you high concentrations of local progesterone. And that ever since I heard that, that kind of intrigues me in my counseling. If a woman really does not want to remove her uterus for whatever reason, or thinks she may remarry, want to have children late in life, who knows? Progesterone IUD may be a way to take unopposed estrogen safely and avoid the progesterone risk to breast cancer. So that was an interest. I have no data on that, but it's something along the lines of vaginal estrogen. So topical localized hormones are safe, as there's not high systemic absorption and there's not the first pass effect through the liver that causes the thrombotic risk that you've seen in the studies. So definitely a strong believer in local estrogen for those women that don't need it for hot flashes. It won't help you with your hot flashes, but it'll help the vagina for sure.
Well, thank you so much. This was a great talk, as always. And we are going on a break now and getting back in about 10 minutes. Don't forget to visit the exhibit hall and meet with some of those folks. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Well, sorry for the brief delay. We had a little microphone change at the last minute, but I'm happy to introduce our next speakers who will be speaking about hereditary neuroendocrine cancer syndromes. So Dr. Eric Liu, who is a graduate of Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. He is a general surgeon, hem-onc, and surgical oncologist with expertise in neuroendocrine tumors, working for Rocky Mountain Cancer Centers in Denver. And he is joined by Rachel Swihart, who is a genetic counselor who specializes in hereditary cancer, of course, and has been working with Dr. Liu since even before she was a genetic counselor. So without further ado, Dr. Liu.
Thanks, Dr. Lang. We appreciate it. And thank you so much for having neuroendocrine tumors on the radar screen here at the GREATS meeting. This is terrific. Things have evolved actually a fair amount in our neuroendocrine world. And so it's always great to give some updates. And Rachel will certainly tell you about the genetic aspects of it. The good thing, well, maybe the bad thing, is the genetics hasn't changed that much, but the way that we can help people and treat them has changed a lot. So I'm going to talk mostly about kind of just generic things about neuroendocrine, which applies to sporadic versions as well too. And she will speak mostly to the hereditary versions of it. But you'll see there's a lot of overlap. So hopefully between the two of us, you'll get a good sense of what's going on. And you'll feel comfortable when a neuroendocrine patient comes in and sees you. Okay, just a couple of disclosures. I just do a couple of speaker bureau types of things. So whenever I get to preach the gospel, I go out there and try to teach about neuroendocrine. Okay, so let's start with the basics of neuroendocrine. I think a lot of people, I think it'd be fair to say that most people don't really know what the disease is, or like how it behaves, or where it comes from, and even what it's called. So neuroendocrine cells, let's just talk about very basic things. Neuroendocrine cells come from the essentially your breathing tract and your digestive tract. So just imagine, we live, Rachel and I live here a mile high up, so oxygen is very scarce, so we need to control those things. If anyone just had lunch, you know, I'm sure your body's working very hard moving your food through your digestive tract, but all those things are very complicated things, and they take a lot of precision and a lot of coordination. And the way it happens is it all happens at essentially the microscopic and molecular level. And you don't have to think about it, because believe me, if you had to think about moving your sandwich through your gut, you'd probably do a terrible job. You'd either be vomiting all day long or you'd have diarrhea all day long. So just you know, appreciate these magical tiny little cells. And they're called neuro because they're smart and they control things. And they're called endocrine because they secrete hormones, and it's how they control it. And the kind of the 7 most popular ones that we talk about mostly are serotonin and insulin, gastrin, glucagon, vasoactive intestinal peptides, somatostatin, and histamine. But these are just 7 of probably 7,000 different variants of hormones that are secreted by your body. So it's very, very complicated. Way more complicated than I could ever probably even begin to comprehend, but it is what we do for a living, and so we try our best. The great thing about it too is that most of these cells in these tumors express something called the somatostatin receptor. Somatostatin is a hormone that we all naturally make, as you can see in the second point there. And when it binds to the receptor, it basically tells the cells, quiet down, don't secrete so much hormone, don't grow so fast, just be less active. And so we've been very fortunate. We've exploited this receptor greatly in our therapeutics and our diagnostics. So, like, what is neuroendocrine? Well, it's an unusual kind of cancer. I use that word because I think that's very reasonable. It's not adenocarcinoma, and the reason it used to be called carcinoid, actually, was the term that was popular to use, carcinoid. And the reason is because about 100 years ago, a pathologist saw these tumors and said, you know, this is cancer I can see, but it's not the cancer I'm used to, which is adenocarcinoma. And he said, well, I'm going to call it cancer-like. So he's German, so he called it carcinoid. And so that's where we got the term carcinoid from. But we're trying to get rid of that term because a lot of people think it's a benign disease, and it is not. It's highly, highly metastatic. And so now we use the word neuroendocrine. So if you hear the word carcinoid, that's a neuroendocrine tumor that comes from the lungs or the gut, or like a tube, like a breathing tube or a digestive tube. Again, it makes hormones, and traditionally it's slow growing. They tend to be a more indolent disease. It is not, just so you know, there are various versions of it that can grow very, very fast. And so it can be a very complicated, aggressive disease to manage, and people die from it. But the majority of them, thankfully, are slow growing, and so we have plenty of time to take care of them. They affect people of all ages. I mean, Rachel and I have seen 14-year-olds in this office, and we've also seen 94-year-olds. So you never know. It can be challenging to diagnose because the symptoms are a little bit vague. And so they can be as simple as something like flushing or diarrhea. And lots of people have those all the time, and they don't necessarily have this weird, unusual cancer. And really, ultimately, the problem, which we're trying to address just right now, is a lack of awareness and education. So if you look at the classification of neuroendocrine tumors there, you can see, in fact, there are a whole bunch. There are maybe 15 right there on that slide. And each one of those probably has 3 different branch points. And then each one of those probably has 3 different branch points. So there are probably like 70 to 100 different flavors of neuroendocrine. So that's why it really helps to work with a specialist and, to talk to a specialist when it comes to these things. Because it's only after you've seen it about 1,000 times that you really start to barely understand what's going on. So I compare it to this. I think of it more like Baskin-Robbins, right? So there was a day, Laura and I probably remember when there were 31 flavors. Most of the geneticists are very, very young. So you probably know that there are like 75 flavors of Baskin-Robbins now. But that's kind of how neuroendocrine is. So if you think of it that way, you can see. And just again, you can see some of the older terminology because you might see this or you might hear some of the doctors talk about it. But carcinoid is a term that we usually talk about. And that is now, so you can understand, is a neuroendocrine tumor. Now, the interesting thing is that the rates of neuroendocrine tumors have been going up over the past 35 years. And that might be because of improved imaging, of course, some improved awareness, and certainly the improvement in our ability to code for it. The term neuroendocrine didn't come up until 2000. So before then, it was just a hodgepodge of different diagnostic codes. But now we're starting to get there. But now we think in America, there are at least, probably 5 to 100,000. In fact, they're probably closer to 7 to 100,000. So it's increased by 7-fold over the past 35 years. And you can see here in this slide, you can see it's been going up. And so actually, this was an older slide I had. It's gone up. It is now 7 in the year 2014. So it's going straight up, and we're finding all these patients with neuroendocrine tumors. And we know there's something to it because when you look at even within our little world of neuroendocrine, certain populations of neuroendocrine are going way, way up. Lung is going way up. Small bowel is going way up, and rectum is going way up, and pancreas is going up some too. But those 3 are going way, way up. And our ability to image the chest really hasn't changed that much in the past 25 years. And our ability to image the intestines is equally terrible as 25 years ago. So it is essentially the same, the CAT scan. Rectum is probably because we're doing more colonoscopies, and that makes total sense to me. But the other 2 just don't. And so, but they are going way, way up. So we are watching those. And you may think, well, it's still a relatively rare disease, right? I mean, no one really has this, right? Well, unfortunately, that's not true. If you look at liver cancer or esophageal cancer or pancreas cancer, there are not that many people walking around with those diseases because they die, right? We know this. They're dead, essentially. But people can live for a long time with neuroendocrine. And back in 2004, there were maybe, we think, about 100,000 people with neuroendocrine. But then in 2014, it actually turns out there are now at least 170,000 people. So that number has increased by 70% in the matter of 1 decade. So if we assume this is going to keep going, then you should expect to see more cases like this. And of course, the behavior, like we mentioned before, is very, very different. So the flavors are different. A lot of the rectal ones, for example, are just tiny little adenomas. But when they're bad, 5%, they're really bad. Lung, about 50% of the walk in the door, metastatic. And look, small bowel, 2/3 walk in the door, metastatic. So good thing it's a nice slow disease. Otherwise, we would never be able to take care of these people. But you can see the diagnosis of the disease can sometimes take 5 to 7 years to make out. So it can be very frustrating for the patients and very, very challenging for the physicians. But that's why. They just walk in the door very late and they're metastatic. And essentially, we can't do much about it. We've tried. And we just try with awareness and information. But unfortunately, there's no better way to find it until it just shows up. And when it does, they're here and we take care of them as best we can. So just a little bit of the breakdown of neuroendocrine tumors. So you can see about 2/3 of them in the upper left-hand corner come from the digestive tract. So that's most of the stuff we do. I'm a digestive surgeon, so we see that. About the other third come from the lungs and from various other places. And then you can see the most of the belly ones come from the small bowel, the rectum, the colon, and the pancreas. And then with the pancreas, there are multiple neuroendocrine tumors. Most of them actually don't produce anything. So they're sometimes called carcinoids of the pancreas, which is a terrible term, so don't use that. But the islet cells can produce a lot of hormones, which Rachel will talk about, and she can kind of give you a sense of what they do and what they make and how they torture patients. So let me tell you a little bit about how to diagnose neuroendocrine tumors. It's not so easy. So I told you before that the symptoms can be very, very mild. Well, here are some of the very classic symptoms for neuroendocrine, right? I guess if you had something horrible like, heart disease, maybe they could figure that out. But a lot of them are very, very normal and subtle, and you might see them today, right? So diarrhea, depending on what you had for lunch, some of you will have some of this symptom later. Flushing, right? If you're a 50-year-old woman and you go to your gynecologist's office and you say you flush, she's going to think you have menopause. Abdominal pain. Everyone has abdominal pain. And anger, right? I'm pretty sure my wife must have neuroendocrine tumor because she's angry at me all the time, right? Now, there are some classic syndromes that we hear about. So the carcinoid syndrome is really this combination of flushing and diarrhea. But it's like real flushing and real diarrhea. So the diarrhea is like, does it wake you up at night? How many times do you go to bed? Are you afraid to leave your house? If the answer is yes to any of those questions, that diarrhea is a little bit different than just, bad Mexican food diarrhea, okay? Flushing. People flush all the time, right? And you see something, you get a little nervous, you can flush. But how many times do you flush a day? Can it happen randomly? And then do you sweat? Because if it's a wet flush, yes, it tends to be menopausal. But if it's a dry flush, it tends to be neuroendocrine. And of course, wheezing can also be part of it too, because if it comes from the lungs. So these are some of the symptoms that go along with this syndrome. But there are lots of other syndromes. There's insulinomas that make insulin, glucagenomas that make glucagon, gastrinomas that make gastrin, VIPomas that make VIP. And these are the very, very weird syndromes that go along with it. Who would think a rash would be a parent from a glucagonoma? Who would think that, just changes in your chemistry were related to these kinds of things? Ulcers, abdominal pain. So these are very difficult and tricky to figure out. Sometimes we get diagnoses of a glucagonoma from the dermatologist. So it just goes to show you that you have to really kind of keep your antenna up when you want to make the diagnosis. Of course, that probably doesn't apply to the genetic counselor because they usually come to you very late. But you can see the challenge, and sometimes it's important for you to understand how the patient feels as they're going through this journey. Hormone levels are a really good thing to help us measure. We also have a bunch of different type of biomarkers that we use, like chromogranin. It's kind of our classic one. It's not perfect because some medicines can interfere with these lab tests, but still, at least we have some tests to look at. So imaging actually is by far the most common way we make the diagnosis. So you can see CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds. You're very, very familiar with that, so I won't go into too much. But let me just show you some pictures. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. But so every radiologist should be able to see a neuroendocrine tumor. They're more obvious than you think. So there's one there in the tail of the pancreas, that little white shell thing that's right there. That's the tail of the pancreas. Here's another one here, this beautiful white vessel right in the middle. See that blob right in the middle of the branch point? That's a metastatic neuroendocrine tumor. And so we removed all these things, help these patients. MRI is a very, very nice technology as well. You can see here on the CAT scan on the right, you don't see anything in the liver. What you see is that portal vein. See that kind of like snaky thing over there? And then the inferior vena cava, the circle right below it. If you look on the MRI on the left side, you can see a tumor right in between. So MRI is a very good technology as well to find all the tumors that you need to find. Ideally, this is the way we would like to do all of our imaging. And sometimes, Rachel knows I wear my red and blue tights in clinic, right? Sometimes, not today, but sometimes. And I really wish that I could image like this. Watch this. So Lois Lane says, smoking's bad, right? And Superman says, well, you don't have lung cancer yet. Anyway, she still put that cigarette out, which is very good for her. Now, the one thing I will say about this Kryptonian type of technology is not very good because she lives in New York City, so her lungs are not pink, I guarantee you. And I did not know that Superman did a residency in radiology. So I'm not so sure his read is that good. She might still have lung cancer. But just to give you a little sense of what we do here, you can see this is actually kind of our old scan. It's an Octria scan. And it's really essentially obsolete, but we used it for 25 years. And see that big black dot in the middle? Like, oh, there's a tumor. There's one tumor in the middle. We're like, okay, well, maybe he needs surgery. So the guy comes to see me, and I say, well, why don't we go ahead and do the new scan and figure out what's going on? So we did this new scan called the gallium dotatate scan, and he had this. So clearly surgery was no longer in his wheelhouse, and so we decided to do systemic therapy. But it just goes to show you that the imaging technology is super, super, super important. Okay, so let's do a little bit of treatment, and then we'll finally get into genetics. The good thing about neuroendocrine is that it's very amenable to surgery. I will say I'm a little biased. Rachel knows I'm a little biased because I like to cut things out. But the first thing you should do for neuroendocrine is you should think about cutting it out. Okay, so once you're past, this is the first line, second line therapy for me, okay? First line is to cut it out. Second line is to cut it out. And then third line therapy, I know, right, is to cut it out, right? So that's my pathway. I'm not smart enough to do anything else. So that's my pathway, okay? Now, there are a lot of data that actually suggests that you should do this, right? So if you look at this graph here, it's Kaplan-Meier curve. It's not perfect. It's surgical data, which is barely makes it data. But anyway, it's surgical data. But if you can get the tumor out, the patients will live longer. That's the curve on the right side. Versus if you can't get it out, that's the person on the left side, okay? And so you can see here an example. Here is a big fat pancreas, okay? Tail of a pancreas that we cut out. And that big fat purple blob on top is a gigantic neuroendocrine tumor. And this patient was essentially asymptomatic, mild, dyspepsia and very feeling, but essentially asymptomatic from that thing. And the reason it looks so blue is because it's so vascularized, right? There's a ton of blood vessels that grow inside there. Okay, now in all seriousness, the good thing about neuroendocrine is there are a bunch of different types of therapies. So surgery still should be your first one if you can think about it. But we also have something called somatostatin analogs. So those are octreotide and lanreotide. You may know the old term of sandostatin. That's the trade name for it. And those are big shots you can give in the bottom once a month. We have semi-newer medicines called everolimus and sunitinib. They're molecularly targeted therapies. In some cases, good old-fashioned chemotherapy is still appropriate. So sometimes platinum, etoposide. We're starting to use more of a drug called temozolomide with capecitabine, very good option. And then there are liver-directed therapies too, because it's digestive, so a lot of the tumors go to the liver. So you can do bland embolizations or chemoembolizations, or you can make those little beads radioactive, and you can actually shoot radiation into the liver. So that might be an option. And we had talked about those before. You probably are aware of those things. But there's a new therapy I kind of want to tell you about called PRRT, or peptide receptor radionuclide therapy. The trade name is called Lutathera. So you remember I told you the cells have these little receptors on them. This is the somatostatin receptor. And we're very fortunate that they're there because they can act as a target. So then what we do is you inject this hormone, and on the hormone, which acts as a guided missile, on the back of it, you can put a nuclear payload. You can put a nuclear bomb on the back. Then this little hormone delivers its nuclear payload to the cell. It eats it up, absorbs it, and then you can get radiation from the inside out. Does that make sense? So we think about external beam radiation therapy from our radiation oncologists. They shine radiation in. But this one goes directly to the tumors, is absorbed just to the tumors, and is treated just to the tumors. Here's an example of a case. A friend of mine from Sweden was working on this many years before I started this, and she had a patient who had metastatic insulinoma, so a deadly disease. This guy's in his 40s, his glucose is in like the 20s all the time, and he's just sick. He was on hospice, and they said, well, we have this new therapy. Do you want to give it a try? He said, well, what choice do I have? So he tried the new treatment, and amazingly, all his tumors went away. Now, this is a very dramatic case. I've seen this a few times before. It is really astounding when it does happen. I can't tell you why, but it's astounding. This is not usually what happens. Most of the time, patients just have a stability of the disease, but sometimes it does work. And so this is a new option that we're offering for many of our neuroendocrine patients. So remember, surgery is always the first treatment that you want to give, but then always consider hormone suppressive therapy. And if those don't work, maybe this newer therapy is something to consider. So I hope that kind of gives you a sense of what neuroendocrine tumors are, and it gives you a little bit of a broader understanding. I'm sure every one of you has seen a patient with it, but what they're going through, what they're experiencing, what it took to get there, and what their journey is. And hopefully you can also see that we have lots and lots of options. So if ever in doubt, please feel free to contact us here, and we can work together on any of your complicated neuroendocrine patients. So I will pass the microphone off to lovely Rachel. Right here. Put it on the side because it flips over.
All right, hopefully you can hear me. So I'm Rachel Swihart, and I have been lucky enough to work with Dr. Liu for several years and have learned a lot about hereditary neuroendocrine tumors. So today we're going to talk a little bit more about the genetic aspect of that. So for my section, we are going to discuss when genetics becomes involved in neuroendocrine tumors. We will also review the genetic implications of pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, and then we're going to examine the genes associated with paragangliomas and pheochromocytomas, and we will discuss other causes of neuroendocrine tumors as well. I don't have any disclosures. So we're going to start with when genetics becomes involved. And as Dr. Liu just very nicely explained, neuroendocrine tumors are a diverse set of tumors, and they can be benign or malignant. They typically occur in the endocrine glands, such as the adrenal gland or the pancreas, but can appear in other areas of the GI tract or bronchopulmonary tract. And overall, up to 20% of these neuroendocrine tumors can be associated with a genetic syndrome. At least 24 genes have also been implicated in somatic mutations associated with neuroendocrine tumors. When it comes to genetic syndromes associated with neuroendocrine tumors, this can vary by site. So with parathyroid adenomas, most are sporadic, roughly 95%. Roughly 2% are related to MEN1, small amount related to MEN2, and a small amount classified as other. For medullary thyroid cancers, roughly 75% are sporadic, almost 25% related to MEN2. Pheochromocytomas and paragangliomas are mostly sporadic at 65%. Von Hippel-Lindau, or VHL, is roughly 10%. The SDH genes are 5 to 10% of that. MEN2, NF1, and TMEM127 also make up a small portion. For pulmonary and thymus neuroendocrine tumors, most are sporadic at 95%, a small portion related to MEN1. Small intestinal, almost entirely sporadic, nearing 100% there, and then a small amount unknown. For gastroduodenopancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, most are sporadic at 80%, MEN1 making up a good portion, as well as VHL, and then a small percent, which is also other. So we talked a little bit about the patient journey with a neuroendocrine tumor when Dr. Liu was speaking. So this often starts with a patient presenting to their primary care physician with some vague symptoms. And this patient might be misdiagnosed for having a more common condition such as irritable bowel syndrome or IBS. Sometimes biochemical testing could be ordered depending on that patient's symptoms, but they may also be referred to a specialist for further evaluation based on those symptoms. Once a patient has been referred to multiple specialists, they may find that the initial diagnosis was incorrect, or maybe that diagnosis continues to be unclear. Symptoms may become worse, and this may trigger additional biochemical testing or even some imaging. And that imaging is often ordered once there are severe or sudden symptoms, or maybe even sometimes a suspicion of cancer has prompted that imaging. Once the imaging occurs, we can see liver metastases, or sometimes the primary lesion can be visualized. Sometimes the primary neuroendocrine tumor is never identified. I have heard several times seeing some patients that have a neuroendocrine tumor as what they call an incidental finding, but these incidental findings are actually usually symptomatic. They just didn't realize that what they were looking for was actually a neuroendocrine tumor that was causing those symptoms. Then we can see a biopsy or a resection. Histopathology will provide the diagnosis of neuroendocrine tumor, and the patient is then referred to a neuroendocrine tumor specialist. They will discuss management, which can depend on stage, histology, and symptoms. Oftentimes, this is when a patient is referred to genetics once they have met with a specialist. However, as Dr. Liu mentioned, the time to diagnosis is oftentimes 5 to 7 years from the onset of symptoms. So oftentimes the patients I see to discuss neuroendocrine tumors are a little bit wary of their medical professionals. They've been through a lot, maybe don't trust the system quite as much because sometimes those symptoms they had at the beginning were shrugged off or called something else. And you can imagine that patients really struggle going for that amount of time, not having an explanation for what they're dealing with. The purpose of the genetics evaluation is to analyze the patient's personal and family history to see if genetic testing is appropriate for that person or if maybe a clinical diagnosis can be made. This can identify and implement any management changes that that patient may need. So this could be for the treatment of their current tumor or cancer, but also could impact screening or surgical interventions for future tumor or other cancer risks. This also allows us to test family members so we know who is or is not at risk of developing the same types of tumors or cancers. So we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about neuroendocrine tumors of the pancreas. Pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors develop in the islet cells of the pancreas, and pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors account for roughly 5% of all pancreatic tumors. And they do tend to be slower growing than exocrine tumors. There are functional and non-functional pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors. Functional neuroendocrine tumors basically hypersecrete a variety of different hormones, which can cause many different symptoms. There are variable malignancy transformation rates depending on the type of tumor. Non-functional pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors do not secrete hormones, and these are typically identified once that tumor has become larger, it's more advanced, and oftentimes malignant. So to go into a little bit more detail about the different types of pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, again, Dr. Liu briefly mentioned these, but I think this is a helpful image to understand the different types of tumors and the symptoms that can be caused. So insulinomas secrete insulin, and this can appear as low blood sugar, confusion, sweating, weakness, rapid heartbeat. Gastrinomas secrete gastrin and can cause peptic ulcers, abdominal pain, diarrhea, vomiting, reflux, steatorrhea, and weight loss. VIPomas secrete vasoactive intestinal peptides, and this can cause hypokalemia, watery diarrhea, abdominal pain, dehydration, nausea, and weight loss. Glucagonomas secrete glucagon and can cause high blood sugar, excess thirst or hunger, frequent urination, diarrhea, skin rash. Somatostatinomas secrete somatostatin and can cause diabetes, gallstones, weight loss, steatorrhea as well. Non-functional pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors do not have any hormones that they secrete, but we can see abdominal pain and jaundice. So let's talk a little bit more about the genetic syndromes associated with neuroendocrine tumors. And we're going to start with multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 1 or MEN1. And this is a multi-system disease. Over 20 different types of tumors can be seen with MEN1. And they're typically characterized by the overproduction of certain hormones, which can lead to various symptoms. And these are specifically the endocrine tumors. Non-endocrine tumors also play a role in this disease process. Classic findings, I've lost my screen. Okay, sorry, we're back. Okay, we had to log back in. Sorry about that. So classic findings of MEN1 include primary hyperparathyroidism, pituitary adenomas, and pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors. Additional findings can include skin lesions, such as angiolipomas, lipomas, collagenomas, café au lait macules. And MEN1 is highly penetrant, which means nearly 100% of these individuals are affected by the age of 50. And this graph highlights some of that information. So that bright pink line, the one at the top, is the overall penetrance of MEN1. You can see very high penetrance. Again, almost all of these patients are affected by the time they're 50 years of age. That yellow line is for hyperparathyroidism. Again, pretty high penetrance for that. The dark blue line is gastrinoma, the light blue line insulinoma, and purple is prolactinoma. There are different criteria for an MEN1 diagnosis versus, of course, the genetic criteria, which would mean the presence of an MEN1 mutation. The familial criteria would mean the occurrence of at least one MEN-associated tumor and a first-degree relative who has an MEN1 diagnosis. The clinical criteria would be the occurrence of at least 2 of the 3 characteristic tumors. So that would be primary hyperparathyroidism, pituitary adenomas, or pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors. There are many barriers to diagnosing MEN1, and we know that this diagnostic delay is an issue because timely and accurate diagnosis improves outcomes for these patients, but identifying the index case and then identifying family members can be difficult. Also, there's the trouble of phenocopies, which is when there's a clinical diagnosis of MEN1, but no identifiable genetic mutation, and this happens 5 to 25% of those patients. Surveillance for MEN1 is made up of biochemical tests and imaging tests. The biochemical test is dependent upon the tumor type. They're all listed here, but there is a bunch of biochemical tests recommended for MEN1 patients. The imaging tests include abdominal MRI or CT, or an endoscopic ultrasound annually starting at 20 years of age, brain MRI every 3 years for pituitary concerns, abdominal MRI or CT annually with that pancreatic imaging starting at 20 years of age for the adrenal concerns, and then consider annual chest or CT MRI for the thymic or bronchial carcinoids. Next, we're going to talk about von Hippel-Lindau, or VHL, and this is also a multisystem disease, which is characterized by many different types of tumors, most of which are benign. These clinical findings can include hemangiomas of the brain, spinal cord, and retina, renal cell carcinoma, renal cysts, pheochromocytoma, and paragangliomas, pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, endolymphatic sac tumors, epididymal or broad ligament cysts. And again, VHL is highly penetrant. Nearly 100% of these individuals are affected by 65 years of age. To diagnose von Hippel-Lindau, of course, there's the possibility of a pathogenic variant, but there's also clinical diagnostic criteria. For a single person, it would mean 2 or more characteristics listed below there. So 2 or more hemangioblastomas of the retina, spine, or brain, or a single hemangioblastoma in association with one of those other findings, the multiple kidney or pancreatic cysts. Renal cell carcinoma, adrenal or extra-adrenal pheochromocytomas, and then less commonly, those endolymphatic sac tumors, papillary cystadenomas of the epididymis or broad ligament, or neuroendocrine tumors of the pancreas. Or if there's an individual who has a family history of VHL, they would just need one of the following, which would be retinal angiomas, spinal or cerebellar hemangioblastomas, adrenal or extra-adrenal pheochromocytoma, renal cell carcinoma, or multiple renal or pancreatic cysts. Surveillance for von Hippel-Lindau, again, is made up of imaging and other testing. So for the hemangiomas and endolymphatic sac tumors, MRI of the brain and spine every 2 years starting at 16 years of age. Thin slice MRI with contrast of the internal auditory canal starting at 5 years of age for those with repeat ear infections. And then annual evaluation for neurologic vision and hearing impairments, meaning annual ophthalmology evaluation and audiology assessments. For the renal findings in pancreatic neuroendocrine tumors, abdominal ultrasound starting at 16, MRI of the abdomen every 2 years. Pheochromocytoma, we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail, but the screening recommendations would be annual abdominal ultrasound, which you'll be doing anyway, and then the MRI of the abdomen every 2 years, starting at 16, again, something that was already previously recommended. And then the annual blood or urine fractionated metanephrines starting at 5 years of age with annual blood pressure monitoring starting at 1 year. So let's talk a little bit more about paragangliomas and pheochromocytomas. Paragangliomas are abbreviated PGLs, pheochromocytomas abbreviated PCC. And so paragangliomas are tumors in the neuroendocrine cells of the sympathetic and parasympathetic chain ganglion. Pheochromocytomas are tumors of the neuroendocrine cells in the adrenal gland. So up to 40% of PGLs and PCCs are associated with a germline mutation. 40% is a huge number. And 25% of PGLs and PCCs become malignant. Some are secretory, so these are paragangliomas of the sympathetic nervous system, often abdomen, pelvis, lower mediastinum. Pheochromocytomas are typically in the adrenal medulla. Non-secretory are paragangliomas of the parasympathetic nervous system, and they do not secrete catecholamines. They're usually in the head and neck region. Take-home message, all paragangliomas and pheochromocytomas warrant a genetics evaluation. So this is the big take-home message here. Symptoms of paragangliomas and pheochromocytomas. For paragangliomas that are non-secretory, we can see hearing loss, tinnitus, coughing, hoarse voice, difficulty swallowing, sometimes pain and palpable mass, especially in the neck region. For secretory paragangliomas, they do secrete catecholamines. Same thing for pheochromocytomas. So they have very similar symptoms, which can include high blood pressure, headaches, profuse sweating, pallor, palpitations, and anxiety. Let's talk about the genetic syndromes associated with pheochromocytomas and paragangliomas. So here I have a very nice chart that came from Gene Reviews. It's updated all the time. And this just helps us take a general look at what these genetic mutations mean clinically. So we're going to start with the gene that's called MAX. And MAX has an increased risk for pheochromocytomas, and roughly 60% will be bilateral, mixed biochemical phenotype, malignancy risk right around 25%. Mode of inheritance is likely paternal. However, only a few pedigrees have been described. For SDHA mutations, we see paragangliomas and pheochromocytomas. Most of these are just single, and biochemical phenotype is mixed, low malignancy risk, autosomal dominant inheritance. SDHAF2, mostly paragangliomas in the skull base and neck. 90% of these individuals will have multiple paragangliomas. The biochemical phenotype is a little unclear on these, low malignancy risk, and again, most likely paternal inheritance, but only a few pedigrees have been described. SDHB, increased risk for paragangliomas. 20% of these individuals will have multiple paragangliomas. They secrete norepinephrine and normetanephrine, and their malignancy risk can be as high as 97%. So those of you who remember studying for your board exam, SDHB, B is bad, and that came from the high malignancy risk, and that's also inherited in an autosomal dominant fashion. SDHC, we see paragangliomas, 20% will have multiple. Biochemical phenotype, norepinephrine and normetanephrine, low malignancy risk, autosomal dominant inheritance. SDHD, mostly paragangliomas of the skull base and neck. 50% of these individuals will have multiple paragangliomas. We see norepinephrine and normetanephrine, but often these paragangliomas are silent. Low malignancy risk, less than 5%. And again, back to your board exam, SDHD, D means dad. It's only bad when it comes from dad.
What?
Oh, Dr. Liu has some commentary. That's how it helps you remember. And I'm sure everyone listening appreciates this. But even though these are normally paternally transmitted, we have seen some cases of maternal transmission. And that doesn't fit into my SDHD for dad theory, but I'm sure you'll remember it. Then there's TMEM127, and we see pheochromocytomas, rarely paragangliomas. 25% of these are bilateral, mixed biochemical phenotype, low malignancy risk, autosomal dominant inheritance. Surveillance for hereditary paraganglioma and pheochromocytoma. So these, again, are a combination of imaging studies and biochemical testing. So for imaging, biennial full body MRI, consider endoscopic evaluation for gastrointestinal stromal tumors in individuals with unexplained GI symptoms. Now, every time I have a patient who's positive for one of these genetic mutations, I'm very frustrated that the recommendation is to have a full body MRI, because that's just not something any of my physicians are able to easily order for my patients. Luckily, I work with Dr. Liu, and I've picked his brain on this. And he has explained to me that using CT is helpful to find something new, whereas MRI is helpful to follow something you already know about. So for screening, when full body MRI is just not as much of an option as you'd like it to be, using CT scans and maybe focusing on the areas from the previous chart can be helpful for screening something new that's coming up. Once you find something, using MRI to help follow that is probably much easier than doing biennial full body MRIs. Biochemical testing, fractionated metanephrines or catecholamines in plasma and or 24-hour urine sample, and this starts between 6 and 8 years of age. And then there's that note at the bottom that just says the measurement of fractionated metanephrine concentrations in plasma or urine is preferred, since it's more sensitive than the measurement of catecholamine concentrations. Next, we're going to talk about MEN2, and this is caused by pathogenic variants in the RET gene. This condition is divided into 3 subtypes: MEN2A, FMTC, and MEN2B. MEN2A has a 95% risk of medullary thyroid carcinoma, 50% risk for pheochromocytoma, 20 to 30% risk for parathyroid disease. FMTC, which is familial medullary thyroid carcinoma, roughly 100% risk of medullary thyroid carcinoma, no known risks for pheochromocytoma or parathyroid disease. MEN2B, again, almost 100% risk for medullary thyroid carcinoma, 50% risk for pheochromocytoma, and parathyroid disease is uncommon. So how do you know if your patient has MEN2A, FMTC, or MEN2B? Well, I'll tell you, the genetic mutation in RET will tell you what category that patient falls into. But to help you out, it's most likely going to be MEN2A, because approximately 70 to 80% of MEN2 cases are MEN2A. FMTC, approximately 10 to 20%. MEN2B, roughly 5%. And MEN2B also comes with some additional features such as marfanoid body habitus, mucosal neuromas on the tongue, palate, or pharynx, distinct facial features, and ganglioneuromatosis of the GI tract. To diagnose MEN2, of course, possibility of a germline pathogenic variant in RET, but then there's other clinical criteria. So clinical criteria for MEN2A would be 2 or more of those specific endocrine tumors: medullary thyroid carcinoma, pheochromocytoma, or parathyroid adenoma or hyperplasia. FMTC would be 4 or more cases of medullary thyroid cancer with the absence of pheochromocytoma or parathyroid adenoma or hyperplasia. MEN2B is really characterized by early onset medullary thyroid cancer and then those other specific features related to MEN2B. Surveillance and management for MEN2. really focuses on that medullary thyroid cancer risk. And this is genotype dependent about when to start screening, but they do recommend prophylactic thyroidectomy and annual serum calcitonin even after thyroidectomy, just for any residual or recurrent disease. Pheochromocytoma, start screening between 8 and 20 years of age. And again, there's that annual fractionated metanephrines and or catecholamines in plasma or 24-hour urine sample. For hyperparathyroidism, again, this is genotype dependent when to start screening, but annual parathyroid hormone levels with annual serum calcitonin levels. Last genetic condition we're going to talk about is neurofibromatosis type 1 or NF1. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this condition. It is also a multi-system disease that typically causes benign tumors, and neuroendocrine tumors are really not a typical feature of MEN1. The classic findings of MEN1 would be cafe au lait spots, neurofibromas, bone defects, scoliosis, Lisch nodules, optic gliomas. But other findings can include pheochromocytoma, peripheral nerve sheath tumors, sometimes learning disabilities. The diagnostic criteria for NF1, of course, you could do genetic testing. Oftentimes, younger children don't necessarily have confirmation with genetic testing, but in the clinical setting that we work in with adult patients, we often do formal molecular testing for these patients, but the clinical criteria would be 6 or more cafe au lait macules greater than 5 millimeters in greatest diameter in prepubertal individuals and greater than 15 millimeters in greatest diameter for postpubertal individuals. 2 or more neurofibromas or 1 plexiform neurofibroma, freckling in the axillary or inguinal regions, optic glioma, 2 or more Lisch nodules, distinctive osseous lesions such as sphenoid dysplasia or tibial pseudarthrosis, and then having a first-degree relative with NF1. For someone who has an NF1 diagnosis, we would recommend annual physical exam by a physician who's familiar with NF1. This would include blood pressure monitoring and developmental assessments in childhood, annual ophthalmology exam in early childhood, becoming less frequent over time. Begin annual mammograms in women at the age of 30 and considering annual breast MRIs between 30 and 50 years of age. Imaging studies based on signs or symptoms, monitoring individuals for abnormalities of the eye, central or peripheral nervous system, spine or long bones, or cardiovascular concerns. Surgical or laser treatments for neurofibromas that become inconvenient or are easily irritated. Radiotherapy avoided if possible due to the risk of inducing malignant transformation of a peripheral nerve sheath tumor. And lastly, we're going to talk about other causes of neuroendocrine tumors outside of germline mutations. So this specifically focuses on somatic events in small bowel neuroendocrine tumors. We have seen the somatic loss of chromosome 18 repeatedly for small bowel neuroendocrine tumors. This happens 60 to 90% of the time, so we think there must be something there. However, the identification of mutated genes in this region that might be drivers of cancer development have been relatively unsuccessful. Also, DNA methylation that could cause some epigenetic dysregulations. Oh, I don't know how to stop that. There we go. Hopefully that wasn't important. And what I was saying was DNA methylation could somehow have some relationship with these cancers as well. And just in the nick of time, I'm going to see if I can grab Dr. Liu real quick, and then we'll answer some questions.
Okay, Rachel and Dr. Liu, thank you so much for your presentation. Despite the technical difficulties, it worked out great, and they were both very accessible and enlightening. Do not take this personally, but we are at the end of a 5-day conference, and there are no questions in the chat, although over 300 people did hear your presentations. So thank you so much. And we will be sharing your contact information, I think, as everyone sits down and sort of digests the information that was given on your presentations. I'm sure that questions will come up. So thank you both for your time and for your contribution to this conference.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll see everyone in the next session, which will start in about 9 minutes. All right. Well, I have to say, I am totally amazed at how this conference has gone. I was the number one skeptic when I heard it was going to be held over a 5-day period. I thought, how on earth is that going to happen? But we had over 512 registered attendees. 315 distinct registered attendees. And at one moment in time, we had 512 online through a desktop and 136 online through a mobile application. So 648 sign-ins at one given moment. So clearly there was some multitasking going on, and definitely lots of people taking advantage of really amazing content. So in addition to that, there were 796 distinct public conversations, and there were 327 private messages sent during these conferences. So you also took advantage of the networking that was available. And speaking of networking, we appreciate everybody visiting our exhibitors. We have the exhibitors awards. For those of you who went and visited all of the exhibitors, your name was put into a drawing. And here are the 5 winners of next year's conference registration. Amy Miracle from Arizona, Heidi Swanson from Ambry, Ann Price from Texas, Cassie Garcia from Community Health Network, and Angela Brickle from Augusta University Medical Center. So congratulations to the 5 of you. We look forward to seeing you live or in person next year. I guess live and in person, or live and online next year. And there were several winners of the gift cards. There were Apple gift cards and Amazon gift cards, and too many winners to list out here. But look for your name, and we will be reaching out to you to reward you for your hard work visiting all of the exhibitors. Thank you so much to everybody. And with that, I will bring our conference to a close. Once again, huge thanks to the organizers, huge thanks to our education committee, huge thanks to US Oncology and McKesson for supporting this. And if you like, we have a few minutes left. We can all meet in the networking hall to say hi to each other real-time live on a Zoom chat. So we'll see you in the networking hall for a few minutes. Have a great weekend. And thank you again to everybody for making this a success. On behalf of myself and Dr. Rodriguez, my co-medical chair, have a great weekend.